All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City of Kingston's joint meeting of the Historic Landmarks Preservation Commission and the Heritage Area Commission. Today is Thursday, June 1st. It's about 6:33 p.m. We're going to start our meeting. We are here at Kingston City Hall. My name is Suzanne Cahill. I'm the planning director for the City of Kingston. Normally we do meet in the chambers. This is a smaller room, so I will ask everyone to please silence your cell phones. And if you do have any conversations, we just ask that you please take them out of the room into the chamber, or there is another conference room on the other side. Bathrooms are also on the other side of the council chambers. The men's room is towards the front and the women's to the back. If there are any other emergencies, we ask that you please do not use the elevator. We ask that you use the stairs. If you need assistance, please, we will help you. That being said, I'm going to turn the meeting over now to Mark Grumlett, who is the chairman of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Ask him to introduce his members, and then we'll go on with Heritage Commission and adoption minutes.
So,
Okay, Mark.
good evening all. I'm Mark Grunblad. I chair Historic Landmark Preservation Commission. I would ask that members of my commission introduce themselves. I'll start over here with Nettie.
Nettie Brano, Commissioner.
Andrea Cutes, Commissioner and Architect of the Commission.
Kevin McAvoy, Commissioner. Robert Tyler, Commissioner.
Thank you. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes of our last meeting? Are there any corrections or additions that a member would like to make? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Thank you, Robert. Do I hear a second?
Second, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Any further discussion? And hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote in the affirmative. Over to you, Bonnie.
Hello, I'm Bonnie Hallen. I chair the Heritage Area Commission, and I ask the members of the Heritage Area Commission to introduce themselves, starting with Kevin.
I'm Kevin McAvoy, I'm Commissioner.
Janet Warren, Commissioner.
Nettie Brano, Commissioner.
Have all the members of the Heritage Area Commission had the opportunity to review the minutes from the last meeting? Yes. Any corrections or additions? Speak up. No. Do I hear a motion to accept the minutes as they stand?
So moved, Nettie Brano.
Do I hear a second?
Janet Warren.
That motion's on the floor. Cool. Going to do the roll for everyone to accept them. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
Okay, I'm going to move into HAC business.
Sure. All right, so we're going to start with the solo Heritage Area Commission applications. The first one is 71 Broome Street. I'm saying that correctly. There's someone here from there.
But no, I think we can address it.
Okay. So it looks like they want to replace the front wooden steps and railing system with bluestone and metal. Does the city have any questions, comments, or concerns on
Yeah,
that?
you have the mock-up of the bluestones? It's also in your notes.
Yeah.
The mock-up. So that's not, I mean, that's obviously not built, but that's the style of construction. The rail there is shown as a metal railing, but they are keeping the wooden railing, just reinforcing it. So it's really just the steps being changed to a bluestone material, which is much nicer material.
Any questions or comments from anyone on the Heritage Area Commission? Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Motion.
Do I hear a second?
Nettie, second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further questions? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the replacement of the front wooden steps and railing system with bluestone and metal?
No, it's not metal.
I'm sorry, with bluestone, keeping the railing as is. Thank you.
Janet Ross, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Kevin.
That motion's on the floor. Any further questions or comments on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. And we're going to sign it commence.
Right.
Just sign that one. All right. Looks like the next one is 7 Burnett Street. Anyone hear from there?
He did call and say that he would be later, if he wasn't here on time, so let's,
Hold on
skip
that
him
one?
over. Yes, yeah, we'd like him to be present for the discussion.
Keep this moving. All right, next one, 582 Broadway. Hi.
Hi.
So you need to move from where he is or come up here or?
Yeah.
Here, can we move?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we'll have you come to the front of the class, please. If you could introduce yourself and just tell us a little about your project, please.
My name is Ines Lawrence, 582 Broadway, previously Tony's Pizza, Sacrament's, whatnot. This meeting is for the 2 spaces next to Tony's Pizza, which currently look like that. I'm looking to restore the vitrolite on both spaces and provide a new awning to match some photos that I was given of the building in the 40s, which are in my packet, are probably up there. Yeah, that's,
So the vitrolite will be across the entire bottom, right?
and around the windows as
And
well.
around the windows,
Yeah.
and then the top, toward the top, that the kind of the metal.
Yeah, that's
There.
gonna, right, so like, essentially, I'm gonna try to get the awning guy to, see, I don't wanna use a retractable awning because currently they're not very high quality. I tried to find parts to restore the retractable awning because some of the hardware is there, but I can't complete it. And Scott, the local awning guy, has, after back surgery, has retired, and before he had back surgery, he couldn't find the parts for me anyway. So I wanted to do that, but the awning section, the metal section above there is in pretty rough shape, so most likely the awning will be fixed, will be fabric, printed fabric with the business names on the awning on the valance. And there's like metal flashing. Previously, this looks like that there was more vitrolite or other tile where the neon is, but that's gonna be, that'll stay, it'll paint it in a light color like this.
Okay.
The awning will basically be flashed underneath the metal, and they'll mount the awning directly underneath the metal.
Okay, the awning will be a canvas or?
Yes.
Okay,
Canvas.
canvas, and are you putting any signage on the awning?
The names of the businesses, as in the
Right.
rendering, will be on the balance.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Because this protrudes at all, is this an additional insured situation like a sign would be, or does that?
Yes, insurance will be necessary to name the city as additionally insured for the canvas awning that hangs over the right of way.
Understood. That's no problem. Yeah, so basically, if you scroll down, you can see like the rendering, they just kind of had to, I told them to chop that off because it really needs to come off, and the guy's worried about the awning guy's worried about mounting it underneath there, so if it's possible to keep, once I take off all that hardware, it's gonna leave tons of massive holes, there's huge bolts through for that hardware from the retractable awning. So I'm gonna have to kind of see what it's like after I pull that out, but if I can leave that metal, I would like to. But I'm afraid it's gonna be pretty thrashed after it. Either way, the wood around it needs to be replaced, it's like all rotten.
Okay, so I would ask the commission to allow staff the ability to work with the owner in the case that he has to make some of those types of adjustments to the facade, that we be allowed to approve them at staff level and review them.
Yes.
Sure.
That's the easiest way for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Looks really good. I'm stoked about that.
cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm hoping to, I should have enough white. There was X amount in the basement. It's strange, they changed the vitrolite color at some point. You can see in the photo.
Yes.
And like that, there was this great red over here, which most of it was cut into strange shapes and unsalvageable. There was a bunch of white in the basement when I bought the building, and I salvaged from a friend of mine in Virginia, who's a salvage guy, a bunch of sheets of white. So I'm hoping to have enough white for the whole, and there's some, this is pretty wrecked here, but it needs to be restored. And it all needs to come off, and then it's not weatherproof properly. I need to like, coat it and blue max it and like make it, secure. So, but yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
And if anyone cares, the Tony's Neon is being restored at Light Bright. For the business there is going to be called Eliza, and we're using the letters to restore the neon from Tony's. We spoke about, Sue and I spoke
Right.
about this,
So
but
they're
yeah.
just rearranging the letters for the new name, but they're using I think that's neat.
That is
Yeah.
cool. That is good.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the,
All right. Does anyone on the commission have any questions?
Who's making your awning?
I'm contracting a place in New York City called, I forget the name of the company. The only one who would put a quote on it.
RS.com.
It's basically like,
Right?
essentially.
Yeah.
Um,
Greenwater Bottle,
they're-
greenwaterbottle.com.
If anyone has someone local, I mean, like I said, Scott retired, so I tried to get him to do it. It's called New York City Signs and Awnings.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah,
I used to work around the corner at Castle Woodworking, and I remember they were gonna do their awnings, and I had a hard time at that time trying to find a company that could do theirs, and that's over 10 years ago.
yeah. It's been, my friend Morgan, who bought a property in Broadway around the corner too, who's been having an impossible time. This guy is like, says he's gonna do it, so he's doing an awning of theirs right now too, so hopefully it'll.
So this is one solid piece, it's just gonna come up on a truck and go in?
Yeah, it's easier to sort of to secure it as one piece, so,
Yes.
and I wanna kind of have it be continuous across, so, yeah, it'll be one piece
So it's
across.
seamless, sweet,
Yeah.
okay?
You know what the clearance is gonna be?
Like,
There's a
for sure.
minimum, yeah, there's a minimum clearance between the bottom of the canopy or, to the grade.
I think the bottom will be well over 10 feet. I gotta check. Yeah, I think what's the minimum?
It's 84 inches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be more than that, for sure. It'll be above the, like, there's some transom windows like
Yep.
above the doors, and it'll be like a bit above that, and the doors,
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay. Is it flush with the bottom of the bump out on the Tony's Pizzeria? See how it's like just slightly below it where the fire?
Yeah, it'll probably end up being slightly lower than the rendering, just a little bit. But yeah, it won't be able, depending on the angle that they can do it at, it'll be probably a hair lower than the actual rendering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Do you need anything more than like for the logo, for the names of the businesses on the balance? This is fine.
Do I hear a motion from a commission member to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Motion,
Do I hear a second?
Nettie, second.
The motion's on the floor. Any questions or comments on that? Hearing none, I'll call a roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
aye,
I'm Bonnie. I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the restoration of the vitrolite for the storefront and facade and the awning as discussed right now? Also naming Kingston as additional insured.
So moved, Nettie.
And
And
authorizing
authorizing
staff
sit-
to review minor adjustments to the facade as needed after exposure.
So moved, Nettie Brown.
Do I hear a second?
second,
That motion's on the floor. Any questions or comments on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie. I vote aye.
Okay.
Yay.
Thank you.
You're good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Good luck, yeah.
Thanks.
All right, let's see who's next.
Video Kingston.
693-701 Broadway. Hi.
Hello.
Give one to Andrea, but she, made the rendering. He knows what's in
So if something's not clear, just lean over.
You sang this on HAC. Did I get everyone on HAC? I have extras if HLPC folks are.
Oh, sure.
It's funny, I was just looking at this corner, I was like, right, today. Yeah.
Sue, okay, if I bring this one there.
And this is.
Yes.
They had such a sort of bit of.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you. I don't know, I don't want to take too much of your time. Have you had a chance to review the information? Yes. So you're generally familiar with the request here, right?
Excited for the request.
Okay.
5 seconds, yeah.
So in your packet, you will find some new information that just came off of the rendering presses late this afternoon. Andrea Warnock, which are 3D renderings of the proposed landscape plan, which will come under a separate review. The planning board tonight will really primarily focus on the Portland Loop and Radio Kingston's request to install one of these. You'll see a couple of visuals here. I think since you've all read the information, if you don't mind, I'll just jump to, are there any questions about this?
We had a couple at staff level, just, what kind of signage, is there any signage on this? I mean, I know it is, I see one of the examples had a handicap, so it will be handicap adaptable, right?
Yep.
So obviously you probably have some logo on the exterior for that. Is there any other signage that, just to indicate that it is a public restroom? or-
Yeah, so likely a wayfinding sign that indicates hours,
Okay,
cleaning times, and usage times.
okay, that was my next question, like, so how is it gonna be managed? I mean, I know you mentioned that you're gonna be doing it, Radio Kingston's gonna be responsible for it.
Yep.
So what are you thinking in terms of hours and is there a light, it's lit inside? It's
Yes.
gonna be connected to water and sewer,
Yep.
correct?
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about that kind of aspect. So what are the hours that you're thinking,
Dawn to dusk.
dawn to dusk?
Yeah.
Okay,
And earlier Jimmy shared with me that they would be contracting with a cleaning service.
Yeah, the likelihood is it's cleaned every day.
Yeah.
Locked, unlocked in the morning, locked in the evening.
right.
Yeah.
And Scott and I were talking about the exterior finish. Obviously it becomes a canvas for graffiti or artwork. It has some kind of a finish that allows it to be cleaned and that type of removed quickly.
Yeah, well, the galvanized steel construction makes it easy to clean.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, they tout in their literature, which I included in the
Right.
package, that it's, it does not take graffiti, or it gets it, it comes off.
Googled it too to read more about it before, but yes, yeah.
Designed by this, the city of Portland, Oregon owns the patent for this because they were trying to design a public bathroom that would address all these questions.
and I guess my last question is the gray, the color that you're gonna install or is it coming on?
No, it comes in colors, and I think this green.
Green, okay,
The
great.
green space, the green feels right.
That's all I have.
Does anyone else, you hit the question I was gonna ask about maintenance and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does anyone else on the commission have any questions? Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under secret?
Motion?
Do I hear a second?
Nettie second.
Motion's on the floor. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the installation of a prefabricated public toilet at the Radio Woodstock on the corner?
Ooh.
I'm sorry, oh my God, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I said Radio Woodstock all day long, I'm so sorry.
I still do that occasionally.
Radio Kingston. Radio Kingston,
Happens to the best of us.
apologies.
Yes.
That motion corrected is on the floor. Do I hear a motion? Sorry.
Is there a motion?
Janet
Okay,
Betty, thank you. Janet, second?
Yes.
okay.
Any other questions, comments, or beatdowns on that one? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet? Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
Thank you all.
Sorry, thank you.
You're welcome to keep your packets. You don't
Thank you.
need or want them. We'll use them in another meeting, so, but. I was happy with that. You.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's funny.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, just so you feel better, one time for a client, we do work with Brad Gordon, I accidentally called the Kingston Plaza, the King Mall. And I sent him a CD with all of the drawings on it. Yeah, and that was while I was an intern, so that was great, yeah. Don't feel so bad.
As soon as I get, I'm like, literally all day, like, Radio Woodstock on in our house. Now we're moving into the joint.
We are.
Right. Do we want to go back to the single?
They are not here yet.
Okay.
See them walk in.
Meet it up later.
Someone in the hall.
I believe that's the Union Church people. I saw him wave, so thank.
Do you want to come in before we jump? There's a bench seat over here. If you- Yes, please. You actually get a whole bench to yourself.
Oh, I thought we were filing.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, so just quickly, Mark, do you want to read the number 6 into the record? And then we can just make a mention that they have requested the matter be tabled this evening.
Okay, this is regarding item number 6, 106-122 Green Street. Normally, at this point, I would recuse myself as an adjoining property owner, but I don't have to because all we are doing tonight is tabling for next month. Do I hear a motion to table? Thank you, Andrea. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Robert. I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I am going to refrain from voting.
Yep, thank you. And do you want to read likewise, Bonnie, for yours?
Okay, so do I hear a motion from a Heritage Area Commission member to table 102-122 Green Street until the next meeting?
Maybe Robert.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Motion on the floor.
You're good.
You're good. That's fine. I'll call a roll to approve that. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet? Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
Next up, item 7, 126, 128 Hudson Street.
So just to say it out loud, we're gonna go through both commissions now, so you're gonna be approved by one and then, go through the second one. Hi.
Hi, welcome
Hi,
back.
guys. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
And, okay, it looks like we have visual aids.
Okay, that's the original ones.
Right, there should be, there should be an updated,
You getting updated?
yeah.
No,
I think so.
okay. Do you have more than one little one?
All right, we will make the recording stop.
Give me a minute.
I'm sorry.
Actually, can you email it to Ethan? But I'll make some copies. I'll be right back.
All right.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's E Dickerman, DICKERMAN. Yeah, XNY.
Very serious case.
Trying to see this.
Dot NY.
Dash. That's a dot dash.
Yeah. Dickerman at.
Could be
Maybe you
anything.
should this forward.
He was
Forward it from Tyler, actually.
That sounds great.
Shall I yell to Suzanne before she,
What was that?
shall I yell to Suzanne before she,
She's way down, right?
Yeah, way down.
someone call her?
Always. I have lots of videos.
Oh, walking, yes.
Not
yet.
walking yet.
Barely. You see, born
But sitting up very well on his own and walking around and certain things, keep the sound off. Just for meetings.
Yeah.
But he's a happy little fellow.
Is.
Right.
Oh.
This was actually, thank you the other day, do you want to go for a walk? And all of a sudden he had this reaction. And he goes, yes.
Better than a puppy.
And I told me. We gave him all these pizza for the first time the other day. The entire time he's sitting there eating.
What are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like,
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the most.
So let me show you.
It's amazing.
Might be fun.
Yeah. And when I really started to understand language, it's like, how to speak English.
it's really amazing.
Yeah.
Anything that has the two in the front. The one, the one on the right is coming up the hill
You're too smart.
from the field. And the other one is coming down.
really well trained on the other hand.
That's like, yeah.
But he sleeps really well.
Enjoying walking, it's walking.
I'm told so many people.
Oh, yes,
Just like, you
there's
can't
the scoop
Yeah.
that goes.
But it depends a lot on the kid, because
Yeah.
some kids you could say, they don't do that, okay. Some kids you say don't do that, oh, they'll do that.
I'm gonna do that.
I close, yeah.
Right,
Right.
With
With a little.
Don't touch the bird on their face.
That's exactly right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I should throw it out.
Just hit the non-language.
Shall-
And. Don't get questions.
They look at me. And they're just like, I want their paper.
Of course it's.
I think Eric was able to bring it up.
No, no.
But-
You don't even know. I don't even know. I think that was the original.
I agree with you. Yes, I.
I think this is very down Hudson, up Hudson. Hudson.
Yeah.
Thank you. I forwarded it from Tyler. I forwarded it from Tyler. Eric.
Okay.
Both were.
Okay.
So do you, did you introduce yourselves? I'm sorry.
Just, I'm on this here for.
Okay.
By all means.
Hello, I'm Jim Fish, Ladder Architecture and Building Science. This is Andy Monk, a homeowner. We were here last week to show our design for 126, 128 Hudson Street. Andy also owns the property next door on 138 Hudson. We showed a design for a single-family, two-bedroom home on his adjoining lot. We received conditional approval from planning a couple weeks ago, and we are going to ZBA a week from today. We were here last month, and we showed our elevations, and there were some questions about the face that faces that actually faces Hudson Street, which is the gable in the front. Thank you, cursor person. And so it was suggested that we add another element to the face to try to bring it together and establish a little more ground some symmetry in the asymmetry of the front roof. So Andy and I discussed it, and originally we had a trellis there that was in the same wood as the suspended carport's deck. And after some consideration, we decided to actually make it look more like a carriage house door with tongue and groove wood, some X's. This is the drawing that I sent it to Kyla, after, right at the deadline or right after the deadline. And I did sketch over on the rendering that you have, so you can see it's a little closer to what we're imagining. After some review with Andy, Andy is asking that he can actually stain/paint that faux door, the dark browns of the roof instead of the wood of the deck. And I said, okay. So I also did a new model after the last meeting because I wanted you to be able to understand what it looked like from the street instead of just these 2D views, which really wasn't doing it justice. So you can see all four sides now in diagonals, of course, diagonal views, but it is, the top left is going down Hudson Street towards Abeel, and the one on the upper right is going up Hudson past Andy's other home and up the hill from Abeel Street. So you have a better sense of what it looks like. I do like the new element. I think it grounds it. It definitely makes it look more like a carriage house, which was the intent. Now you actually can't get in, but
That'll be a fun trick
Yeah.
to plan, yes.
I know, fake handles or something. Give them a little
Give me the
clicker,
code, I hear you.
fake clickers. So we're
I think it makes a big difference from the street viewpoint type of thing. Obviously, it gives it a presence on the street versus just that blank wall, and the building is so close to the street, I think it made, yeah.
I do have a question though. So if it's supposed to look like a door, are you gonna plant in front of it? Or are you not?
I don't think that makes sense.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And where will the occupants park for this residence? On the street or is there,
Under the deck is a carport.
okay, got it. You're gonna put carriage lights out by the door? I think that'd be really
it was discussed.
Yeah,
big, no,
those ones.
He wants to, yeah. He
Yeah.
wants
You
to.
should. that'd be really pretty.
And so the design we're looking at is this one with the X and diamond shapes, right?
Right, and Andy sent me some inspirational images, and they were all carriage houses. They were all the tongue and groove with the Xed out braces. And I liked them, and I thought it fit the period in the neighborhood. I thought it fit the architecture of the building itself. So let's go for it.
Right.
You're doing a vertical siding?
It's board and batten, but it is vinyl.
Okay.
Actually, that is one change from what you have on the drawings here, was that, are you gonna do all vertical now, or is it still horizontal on the bottom half and then vertical on the top?
It is all vertical.
Okay, I think that looks better.
Interestingly enough, I think it works better too,
Yeah.
but I think that in part killed the front facade, because there were two sidings on the front facade.
Yeah.
And then when it went all to one, it washed out.
Yeah, it uniform sense, it looks better.
So the roof color, has that been, we have a.
Right, you showed that last time, it was dark bronze.
Then it's just color pencil, but it's sort of an expression. But you said you were considering painting or staining the carriage doors a similar color,
As-
bronzish. Yeah, dark brown.
Right,
As opposed to matching it with the wood.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that platform. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That gives me a chance to sort of imagine it in more detail. Any questions from an HLPC member? What are folks thinking? Yeah, I think that it makes a big visual difference to me and just trying to imagine it. And I think it does orient it toward the street in a way that the original design just couldn't. All right. I will entertain a motion to declare this a type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. I'm assuming you're the second, Andrea? Sounds good. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert? Thank you. Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote in the affirmative. Is there any further discussion on the underlying application itself? Ethan, I think I'm going to be amending this to add the
Yeah.
roof color. And
And the door treatment.
all right. Then I move that the commission find as fact that the proposed 2-bedroom residential unit at 128 Hudson Street in the Rondout neighborhood by Andrew. Is it Monk? Thanks. If done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is to take place on a vacant lot identified as 128 Hudson Street, adjacent to the owner's personal dwelling at 138 Hudson Street, and for which no historical information could be sourced beyond its known proximity to the Rondout Creek, which historically served as an industrial center and transportation corridor for the City of Kingston. The proposed structure will be 1,273 square feet, single-family dwelling, with 2 bedrooms that will not directly face Hudson Street, that the applicant has returned to the commission with samples and specifications for siding material and color, windows, doors, solar panel, and associated equipment. Did we discuss HVAC units the last time you were here? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think we did, no.
Are there any that are going to be visible?
No.
That answers that question. I am deleting that section. And have you altered the landscaping plan? Have you given that thought? Will there be anything on the visible from the street? Do you plan to do planters, anything like that? I know you did before, you were planning a lawn. I'm gathering that's gone. Any other changes you're envisioning?
Not necessarily. I mean, I might put 2 planters on either side of the door.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's relevant to this proceeding or if I can just.
You know, adding a planter like that, if it were into the ground, we would have more questions. All right. Thank you for answering that question. The project being within the Rondout area must notify the planning department in the event that any potentially sensitive archaeological or cultural materials are unearthed during excavation procedures. I need to ask about planning board approval. That's complete.
They do have conditional approval.
All right, are there additional issues that we would have to address from the planning board?
No.
Okay, then I'm deleting that section. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out.
Mark, do you want to make a mention of the door, the carriage house door treatment on the street facade side?
Well, I noticed, I put that in for siding material and color. Do you want me to make a specific? I have no objection to making a specific.
I would say carriage house style as presented.
All right. So I am accepting an amendment to my fourth paragraph after doors, including a faux carriage house door to be dark bronze to match the roof and of the design submitted with the last submission given to us at the meeting. Thank you. Any changes or additions to the plans or the work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission. Such notice to be subject to the conditions outlined in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? All right, thank you, Robert. Any further discussion, questions as to what we're voting on? I know I had to amend stuff as we wanted. Seems to have made sense to everybody. Good. Then I will call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Congratulations, gentlemen. I was wondering how this would come out in it, and thank you for your effort. All right. Next up.
Do I hear a motion from an HAC member to declare this type 2 action under seeker?
Motion.
So your second?
Any second?
That motion on the floor. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Now Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve as presented tonight for 126, 128 Hudson Street with the update of the faux carriage house style door on the street facing facade?
So moved, Nettie Brown.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion on that one? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Bonnie, I vote aye.
Thank you guys very much. Really
You're
appreciate it.
welcome.
What's your timetable? When can we drive by and see it?
You know, that's a great question. We have to get through zoning first. Next week.
Okay.
We have just two little.
A little hurdles to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, we'll smell. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Next up is 35 Wirt Street. And welcome back to you.
Hi.
I sent a photograph to you guys of this house that I found the house in the picture I sent Ulster. And so it's a much older photo of the house, which is encouraging. I don't know if it's up, but anyway, so this all is, what was tabled, I think, at the last meeting was whether we were gonna try to do a different type of gutter system, but we're going with the Yankee gutter, so it's gonna be exactly as it is.
Okay.
One thing that I hear a lot of conversation about, colors and such, and I know that that's important. One of the, so the slate roof is, as you know, it's quite an undertaking, a very expensive one. Yeah, I got the synthetic slate estimate at 33,000, and I got the first slate estimate at 235,000. So, you know, you can hear the trembling in my voice. That's a lot. So I mean, you know, I'm carrying on and looking for alternatives. Of course, I've got some options. I really want to go slate. I mean, I'm very determined that that's extreme. So Anyway, I think, I don't know how to address this really, like sort of what happens in this situation when that's, that's what we're dealing with.
Well, I think, for the commissions, there's multiple elements that we're gonna be talking about in terms of what you're proposing as far as restoration. So for the time being, I think we keep that it's going to be the full roof redone as the slate, that's what you're pursuing, okay? If that changes, then we'll
Okay,
need to come back and
Okay.
discuss that. But
Okay.
I think that's the way we leave it as part of this board's determination and discussion for this evening, okay?
okay.
And we'll work with you and, try and find maybe some other sources too to
Yeah.
look for.
I've got a few others on the table, so.
Good,
so-
okay, good.
But provided that I'm going with slate, it's thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that'll be part of the decision.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I'm actually like, once I do decide, it's an 8-week to get it, so I'm
Yep.
hoping I can get the approval that I can order
That's
it.
what we're shooting for.
Okay, tonight.
Yeah.
Great, okay. Yeah, okay, so do you want to talk
Yep.
about that?
Yeah, well, let's, in your notes, you want to just use the notes as a guide. It goes through the multiple components of this. Obviously, last month, we started to talk about, as he was saying, the roof materials. If I can just get a consensus, everybody's good with him continuing to go through the slate restoration, correct? Okay, all right. The box gutters, we did talk about last month. Initially, he was going to try and rebuild, with fabricating some alternatives. Now you're just going with the full restoration of the box gutters, correct? Everybody okay? Questions? Good, okay.
Exciting.
So, we talked already, we talked about the slate roof. So let's move on now, the chimney.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to talk
I
about
have,
the
I have
chimney?
one other little thing that I was about to touch on, and that is that we're going with a sapele wood, which is like a mahogany for all the soffits and gutters. It's very high end, and it's like if I'm spending that much money on a roof, I'm gonna spend, I'm gonna really do the gutters properly. So that's very expensive, and the person that's doing that is recommending a stain as opposed to a paint, because he says the stain is much more sound and it will last a lot longer, and you don't have to, it actually is the stain. Anyway, for a lot of reasons, he recommends stain, and that's something that we would be doing as we're building it. So it's sort of like, we're in the thick of doing it now, so. I don't know how
Is it a colored stain?
it
Not
would-
mahogany has.
No, it won't be just mahogany, it will be a
Okay.
colored stain, and I'm
Okay.
not exactly sure, I mean, I'm
Okay.
not exactly, I haven't picked out the stain, but I'm sort of forced to do something quickly.
Mhm.
We'll probably back stain, and then it could be modified at some point, but, meaning they'll put, what I mean by back stain, something that we're not saying will be stained as well. But I'm just sort of trying to navigate the coloring of that stain, and haven't really put much thought into it yet, but I'm going to have to really quickly. So I don't know how to navigate that aspect of.
So do you think it'll be more along the natural kind of stain or
Yeah, I think it'll be
an
like
actual
colored.
colored stain?
In fact, there's an ochre that is what's on there now, but I
Okay.
don't know how old that was, and I found it in the photograph.
Okay,
Anyway, it looks like it's actually a different color in the photograph than it is now. So it's probably been painted a few times over the years, I don't know exactly, but, so I don't yet have a proposal even, this is just having, like, in the last 2 days to say, this is what color I want to do the gutters, but, I might be forced to do something, so what are the parameters for that, how can I?
well, obviously, we want something that's in keeping with the historic character,
course.
So
Yeah.
that kind of pulls you into a realm of colors. I don't know, Andrea, I'm gonna ask you for some input here, if you have any thoughts.
I know some guidance that I've received from other historic consultants is if you're keeping within, again, a neutral color palette.
Right.
Generally speaking, that flies pretty well.
Okay,
And I've been consulting with both Emily Major and Marissa.
Marissa, I saw Marissa
Yeah,
here
she's
somewhere.
somewhere.
Okay, great. So we
Yeah.
only have pictures on the internet
Okay.
consultation so far, but cool.
Okay, so would you be okay if the commission then agreed with a neutral
Yes,
palette?
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay, and
absolutely.
then submit your final choice to us?
Sure, great.
Okay, all right.
Sounds good. Thanks. The chimney, yes. So the chimney, I have been told is a liability now. It's like, and I provided photographs, and it's both inside and out. It's deteriorating, that it's full of its own debris. It's only used for coal. It's not used anymore. It's on the back of the building. And I'm going to need to either rebuild it and it serves no purpose, or just take it down. So that's what I'm proposing. And then that will actually help the roofers, because now we're gonna go through that roof line. So, yeah. And there's a photo on here somewhere of the view of it from the street.
Yeah, it's actually very, it's not really noticeable from the street at all. It's hard to see.
That's
In
standing
terms
on the
of
sidewalk.
the restoration, I'd rather see the roof be able to be restored than, and the chimney being in the back. I'm okay with its current condition and it's no longer being used to be taken away, so that the roof can then be restored to a slate. So that's kind of where the staff is coming from at this point.
Out of curiosity, is it worse up towards the top versus towards the base of the roof?
It's worse at the base of the roof.
Okay, yeah. A solution that we've done in the past is remove the top section of courses that are in bad deterioration, but obviously if it's bad down at the base, then.
I mean, the pictures that you saw are lower, but they were up there and they said even above, like when they just started scraping at it and they could see that the mortar was falling out, so. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. So any other questions on the chimney from any commission member? All right. So the next issue are the windows.
So again, I met with Emily and she, again, $100,000 to do the windows, so. And not all the windows are even there. Some of the basement windows don't even exist, so I am gonna do the windows. I'm gonna do them as original and restore them. And, there are some storm windows, like you can see on the front of the house. That's not my house, but that's a house that's on, 2 blocks away, and the replacements in the basement would be that. They're basically a window that's a heritage, and they're on a house on Ravine Street.
So that replacements would be used where there are openings, but no windows currently exist to restore.
Right, like that's in the basement, for example. And so I'm kind of wondering if, and then it seems kind of weird that there's one window's right here and it's this kind of window, and the other window's there, and I'd have to restore that window. And then I have 2 different windows in the same room, so, I'm maybe like down in this, it's the sub basement would be the windows that I would like to, be able to do, replacements. I mean, that's.
Okay, so if there's existing windows then and you want to do replacements,
Yes,
then Emily would have to do a full conditions assessment
okay,
and provide that to us to document that they can't be restored.
Okay.
All right, or obviously if it's not present, that's an easy one. But the ones that are present,
Right.
if, even if maybe.
Even if
I
it
don't know,
doesn't
there's
match
ones
the
on the
window,
front,
it's
if
good.
there's ones on the front that maybe there's one on the back that can be moved to the front to,
yeah,
I'm not sure. It would be something to talk with her about, and we can talk with her about it as well.
okay, yeah, those are the roughest ones, they're just right next to the ground. And most of them are actually under the porch, kind of like that, if you if you scroll maybe up or down, you'll see, they're down underneath the porch. That, those are the ones that are down low.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, fair, I'll get that from her.
Okay. Any other questions on the window?
So we're holding off on window approval until we hear from Emily. Am I following this correctly?
My understanding is that if I'm going to replace a window,
Yes,
I'll get it from Emily that those windows are gonna be replaced.
otherwise we'll go with full restoration,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
But allowing historic wood replacements where there are no current windows where they've been boarded up and there isn't any product to restore,
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next is masonry work. That's with respect to the stucco.
Yes. So I've already cleared it off, was just crumbling off. It's hard, I wish, do you have the older picture, the one?
When you recently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might help. But again, I like the way the stone looks. It looks like, it's a little hard to, I can't exactly tell from the photograph whether, there it is. So, it's that little area, so that's actually white in this photograph.
So the pixelation on this makes it, I think, a little too difficult to determine.
Yeah,
It does appear to be that same stucco.
Well, is that out of that book you have?
Yes.
There.
yeah,
Can you show the?
sure. It's actually almost harder to see it here, but because it's wider, you'd have to have but yeah. But you can sort of see that the balustrade and that they're much more ornate than they are in that 1976 photograph. And that's sort of like something in that department. I haven't fully decided, but that's the railing. Something to that extent.
Is it possible to find another photo of this with better resolution?
I don't know where that came from, but possibly.
Is there a credit under the
No.
photo?
Maybe Friends of Historic Kingston. We could check
Possibly.
Jane.
Jane might know, yeah.
And I want to be able to blow that up with the better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I just aesthetically, I like the way the stone is looking right now as I look at it, but I'm not married to that if it needed to get stucco on it.
Okay,
It's the reason why the other reason for the stone is because in the back, the stone is exposed. The church, the stone is exposed. So it's actually more in keeping with what else is happening. It's like this one area has stucco on it where everywhere else doesn't, but.
So in looking at the historic photo and then looking more closely at these photos, as I zoom in, the observation I had is there's this linear feature here that looks as if they were attempting to mimic ashlar type blocks and create a more aesthetically pleasing appearance for its day. On that side, that just so happens to be where a vehicle would have been parked. So it might have been a presentation type thing. So that's something to think about.
I did that same ledge is on the church as well, and I mean it's the same detail without the veneer. But again, I really am not married to it. Whatever it is, it's fine. Okay. Maybe if you go down a little bit, you can see where it's yeah. Maybe it's not as so much there, but okay.
But it appeared to only be on the north side of the structure.
Yeah. Okay.
anything from commission members?
So it sounds like this is being left open at this point.
I mean, I'm a ways away from this, I think, but I would like to be able to just proceed. So
Is there a preference from any commission member?
I honestly would prefer the stone as a statement of
Okay.
the underlying structure as opposed to stuccoing it over.
To re-stucco it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it actually speaks more to the oldest history of the area rather
So
than.
expose the stone
I like it too.
foundation. I like it.
Yeah.
Can we get a consensus? Is that a consensus to expose the stone or,
Yeah.
Kevin, you're shaking your head?
No, I was trying to take a picture of it.
Okay. Just checking.
Didn't get as pixelized as that, but it's not great.
Okay,
Nice try.
all right, so I think the consensus is then to go with the exposure of the stone foundation, okay?
This house is smiling every time, everything we check off the box.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
It's a
really.
very happy
Yeah,
house
there's
when
a
you're
lot
done.
of happy passerbys that are just watching as the.
I'll bet.
It's
Process.
exciting. It's exciting.
Okay, the next item is your driveway.
Yes. So, at some point, I would like to have a yard fence right in the back. I don't know where that would begin, but with the bluestone, the 2 tracks of bluestone leading up to wherever that would be, somewhere along the side of the house there.
So the curb cut is there and there are
Yes.
remnants of those tracks. Have you tried to expose like how far back that actually might go?
Well, there's a post, if you look in the upper picture, you'll see
Mhm.
where, at least where the previous people were parking. I don't know
Okay.
if that means
Yeah.
anything, but it's there. It just needs to be restored. And I'd like to do 2 tracks as opposed to, trying to do the whole thing.
Okay,
And that's what it was at one point.
yeah. Okay, so we're going to restore the bluestone tracks. Any questions?
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, gas meter.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
so at one point somebody asked if the heat pump would be, which is there, and we haven't even decided on that yet as a means of heating, but they said, would it be attached to the building? And it wouldn't be.
Okay.
So, but I'm actually not entirely sold on that technology yet. We're actually looking at radiant heat and then figuring out, so there might be some kind of a
Mhm.
condenser outside for AC somewhere. But like I said, I'm trying to put it in the back of the house there. And at
Right.
some point there will be a fence, like a yard fence of some
Okay.
sort. So I think it will be.
I would ask that if the commissions are comfortable, that he be allowed to work on the location and screening of that with staff then, if that's acceptable.
And I'm trying to envision where this is. Is this all the way in the rear of the property or is it on the
Yes.
side? It's all the way in the
No,
rear.
this is the side, but that's the back side. That's 30 feet.
rear.
30
You're
feet.
talking around the back side now?
Yeah, no,
but it's
okay,
all
so
to the
it
back.
would be visible by someone walking down the sidewalk. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay, my commentary on that is, without this sort of detail, we've done similar approvals of HVA systems. They're a pretty known quantity. And I would be personally comfortable with letting staff work with you on
Okay.
detailed design on that, but
Thanks.
Okay. So the next items that you had talked about, but you don't really, we just want to just make note of is that there are future phases would be painting the exterior of the building, landscaping the grounds, and rebuilding the front staircase. I think that was it.
And as far as rebuilding the front stair, that's a little ways off, but it would be, I would really be trying to do what is in this photograph. I mean, that would be my goal, is to recreate that. Yeah, and then in these, you can see, you know, if you looked at a comparison between what's there in 1976 and what's in this book, it's quite different. I mean, you can see that the columns are much more ornate in this photograph. It's hard to see exactly what they are, but they have like two kind of bulbous features. So, and again, I spoke to Emily and Marissa about this and, you know, find something appropriate for that
Okay.
era.
We will also try to track down the slightly better.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be fantastic.
So again, if it's something similar and we can document it, is that okay to get reviewed and approved at staff level with the commissions?
Yes.
They're very comfortable with that?
Okay. Okay,
Right.
I think that is it, unless there are any other questions from the commission.
Tom, one question is, one of the pictures we were just looking at, I think was the one we were picking around here at the HVAC.
Yeah.
It looked like it was a bricked up window. Is that?
Oh yeah, that's just how it is.
It's not just gonna stay the way,
Yeah.
it's been like that.
It's always been like that. There's like, I don't know why they did that, but
Right, okay.
yeah.
Good question.
I wonder if it's in here actually. You might be able to see it anymore. But yeah, that's
I had to have a window there at one point.
at some point, I
Yeah.
guess, yeah.
What is on the inside? What's the space on the inside?
I wouldn't be so sure actually, because there's shutters in this one and there's no shutters on that. And there's a fireplace in front, like a very old chimney that's no longer
Okay.
functioning, that's been removed long ago, right inside that window, so it's kind of seems like it was never a window probably. Maybe they added this chimney since, you know, but as they were building, yes, I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
because there's a window above it,
yes.
which is interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and the chimney, yeah, there's two chimneys and they're like, they meet, they're in brick inside the walls and they meet like that and then they went out the roof right there at some point. You can see the chimney in this picture, which has been removed.
Okay. Good.
All right, and I will entertain a motion that we declare this decision a type 2 action under seeker. Thank you, Andrea. I hear that's a second from you. Thank you, Robert. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert? Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. All right. I move that our commission find this fact that the proposed restoration of the soffits, fascia, wooden box gutters, slate roof, and other items at 35 Wirt Street in the Rondout Historic District by Thomas Kruger is done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is to take place at the two-story brick Second Empire dwelling dating between 1858 and 1870 that stands adjacent to Trinity Methodist Church at the corner of Wirtz and Hunter Streets, which the October 21st, 1971 building structure inventory form prepared by Friends of Historic Kingston states was the parsonage for the neighboring Methodist Church. The residence retains its original decorative features and has received no major modern alterations. It's one of the most intact and important structures of its type and style in the district. That the applicant will replace in kind the slate roof with a decorative floral design matching a similar design on the neighboring church. That the applicant may remove the rear chimney without adversely impacting the structure's integrity because of the chimney's severe degradation. That the applicant shall restore and rebuild all wooden sash windows in accordance with NPS preservation standards and install wooden sash windows where windows are missing. That the applicant shall repoint masonry as needed following the guidelines stipulated in NPS preservation briefs 1 and 2. That the applicant shall return to the commission for review of subsequent phases of your restoration, that the applicant shall restore the two-track bluestone driveway using the existing curb cut, that the applicant may work with staff on details, but we also are approving the installation of a gas meter on the north side of the structure along the driveway, close to the structure's rear, which shall be screened by either a fence or shrubbery, that the applicant may install an HVAC unit near the gas meter and shielded by the same screen, which would be subject to further review on submission to staff of the unit's dimensions, make, model, and manner in which its lines shall be run into the building, and that the applicant may prepare and install a new balustrade on the front porch, again, working with staff on details. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. Our commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action fee by referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in his application to the commission, such notice to be subject to the conditions set forth in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, Nettie, thank you. Any further discussion? Questions? Hearing none, I will call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote in the affirmative. This is exciting to see this building.
Thank you, guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for defending the buildings. I just watched Lost One about, oh,
Well.
all right.
Yeah.
Bonnie.
All right, let's run through the Hereditary Commission. Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Karen Marks moved.
Do I hear a second?
Nettie, second.
Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve moving forward with the items for restoration and discussion and certain items that working with staff on specific details in order for them to proceed on 35 Ward Street?
Janet Marks moved.
Do I hear a second?
Nettie, second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion on that? And then I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Bonnie, I vote aye.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, next up, 24,
We want to just go to 7 Burnett, right?
Yes.
Okay, we want to go back to 7
So that's
Burnett.
just HAC, right?
Yes, just HC.
Can you introduce yourself to us and tell us
Oh,
more
yeah.
about your?
I'm Richard Baronio, and I bought this house, but I'm completely redoing the inside. I built a flat roof shop around the back of it, attached to the house. I'm a metal worker and a sculptor. And at the moment, I'm working on the inside of the house, and it came to my attention that I could put solar on the roof, but I have to rebuild the roof in order to support the solar. And, but now I understand it can all be rolled into one loan. So I'd like to do that. The solar company that I consulted, Infinity Solar, said that in order to produce the same amount of electricity every month that I use, I need not only the south side of the roof, but I need something on top of the flat roof of the shop. And I'd like to do that, but I'd like to raise it about 8 feet high so that I can walk under it and use the flat roof as a deck.
Do you use the flat roof as a deck now?
I
Yeah,
don't
is
yet because I haven't gotten that far.
Okay, okay, so then that roof needs to be reconstructed.
Well, it's brand new
Okay,
and it's solid, but I need to put decking.
okay, all right.
So that's what's behind your head
Yep.
right now, so you have to make you turn around, sorry.
Yes, yes.
So you have to put decking on that, and the solar panels can go directly on top.
The solar panels would go up they'd be about as high as the gutter line of the
Okay.
house roof.
May I ask how you will access the roof? Will you have to?
Through this, I will make this into a door. Yeah. This is going to be the master bedroom. And the attic is just for insulation. And the rest, it looks bigger than it actually is. It's a very small house.
So redoing the whole upper roof, applying the solar panels on there, and then decking this outside area, creating a door to access it and raising that up.
Yes, and I'd like also to remove the chimneys because I don't have any use for them.
Right. We, in our staff notes, we identified this area right now, Wilbur, is an area that's subject to what we call intensive level survey work. It's being done by an outside consultant. It's a grant that the city obtained, and they're doing both architecture and archaeology survey work. The architectural report has been already completed in draft form and identifies your house specifically as one that is eligible individually for nomination to both the state and national register. It's also one of the properties that they've included in a recommendation to be incorporated as part of a district, as a historic district in the Wilbur area. That being said, the removal of those chimneys would be a substantial change that I would not recommend authorizing. I'd like the chimneys to stay. They're an integral component to the visual aesthetic of the building itself. I recognize they're non-functioning.
Well, not only that, they're falling down, so I would have to rebuild them.
Yeah,
When I bought the property, it wasn't designated as that.
it's
So-
not designated, but it's been identified as it's eligible for nomination, and that recognition alone gives it certain status.
Well, now it puts me in a position of financial inability because I bought it because it was inexpensive and it needed complete interior renovation, which I can do myself and have begun. And I wanted to remove those gutters, which are falling off, and when I redo the roof, I want to put modern gutters on. Now that's you're probably going to disapprove of that as well. So what do I do financially with this house if I can't afford to do the things that it's now designated to need?
Well, if it does get listed, there are tax credit programs that you would be eligible for
But you need to
restoration
have
work.
You need an income for that. I mean, you get a tax credit if you have taxable income, but I'm on Social Security. So a tax credit doesn't help me much.
I can look into what other programs there might be out there. I don't know what the commission feels, but I mean, just from the work that we've done, obviously, it's a program. We've identified, this property is one of probably about 10 in the neighborhood that are being recommended. And it's a significant structure. It's very visible. It's being recommended because of its architecture. I don't know, the gutters, they're box gutters?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I didn't see that in the application. that you were gonna replace the gutters.
Well, the whole roof and the gutters
Okay.
are falling apart, so,
Okay.
yes, the whole thing.
Yeah, so we would probably want to see the box gutters restored at the same time.
And then would you allow the solar panels up, raise the
Solar,
top?
yeah, we did, actually, we talked about with the consultants, because solar is becoming very popular. We asked the consultants how solar installations would impact eligibility and registered nomination. And they don't believe that it impacts it because it's a removable feature. So
Okay.
it's, that would be, that's not, I was thinking of your project specifically when
Yeah.
I asked the question to them. And they said that's not an issue.
I'm not opposed to restoring the chimneys, replacing the box gutters with new box gutters, replacing the roof with the moldings to match, but I can't afford it. So if there's money to pay for it, that's fine. But
Yeah, I mean, I
don't
can,
know
I
what
can
else to
look
do.
for funding. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know of any immediate funding sources. Kevin, do you know any?
Not off the top of my
Okay,
head.
all right, we'll give it some thought.
Yeah, because otherwise what I bought was a house that I was told when I bought it that I could take the chimneys down, redo the roof, get rid of those gutters and put modern gutters on it. Make it a modern version of it.
I don't
But-
know.
Now,
Well, it's always been in the heritage area.
Right.
I don't know when you bought your house, but it's been in the heritage area
29.
since the 80s, mid-80s. So it's always had some kind of oversight from this,
Well, I
from the commission in terms of any exterior or outward modifications. And the intent, obviously, with the cultural element is to retain as much of, the character of the neighborhood. And this neighborhood is very important with the bluestone industry through the city of Kingston. So,
okay,
that's where everything is coming out of.
I did get approval, I think 2 years ago, from you, to replace the roof with at that point, I thought I wanted a raised seam metal roof and modern gutters. And I haven't been able to do it because I haven't had the money to do it because I'm selling a building in Manhattan, which hasn't closed and I haven't gotten money. But I got approval for that. But now you're telling me that approval won't work.
Yeah, that's probably invalid now. It's been too long. If it hasn't been acted on with the building permit.
And now the rules have changed, but,
Yeah.
okay. So, well, then I'm stuck.
And I'll share the information with you as well that the consultant prepared, so you can have that. You can review it as well, know how they described your property.
I have it open. Go through it. A building belonged to the Booth brothers. They were a big bluestone dealer in the area. It's shown in the 1858 French map. It's possible that the 1858 building and the current building are one and the same. So you might have Booth's store. Before I even go any further with that, we determined that Sojourner Truth may have lived in or around this site as well. There was an old barn kind of someplace over there that was connected to the family that she was enslaved to at some point, circa 1808. Back to this. A front gable, two-story house is present here. The front facade is arranged symmetrically with 3 bays, an elevated full-width front porch with 4 wood Italianate style columns and scrollwork brackets support the porch header, which in turn is embellished with small corbels arranged in pairs above the columns, and you can see what you're at going through the whole thing.
Well, that
I've got a
whole
whole
structure is
historic
going on.
description. In other words, I don't want to keep everybody here all night. reading the historic report, but yeah. So, yeah, they do have an argument for putting it on the National Register for sure.
So what happens now? Sue?
Yeah, what do I do?
Well, I mean, he's here for the solar. I think he can authorize the solar, but he needs to, you're gonna do, your roof is going to be replaced with a shingle roof, right? That was that is what the, right, okay. So I think that you're replacing, obviously, in kind with a shingle roof, that's not an issue. The solar is not an issue, but I think at this point, it would be my recommendation that the board not recommend the removal of the chimneys and also recommend that the restoration of the box gutters take place.
Okay.
If possible, could you also send close-up photographs of the current conditions of the box gutters and chimneys? Because from this distance, I personally would not be able to determine the condition beyond just our conversation.
Yeah, I can take some shots. Okay, and then can I ask you one question? I don't think, or maybe you, that. So that whole structure, the whole porch structure is rotted and I won't step on it. It's about to fall down. But what you're telling me is that I think is what you're saying, that I should consider that I'll have to restore that.
Yes,
I can't just take it off
no,
because it's falling apart. All right.
and we'll look for some, we'll try and find some other resources. I'll talk to our
That'd be
grants
great.
office, see if they're aware of any. I can't, like I said, I can't think of anything other than the tax credit program. That would be as a result of the nomination.
Is there any restrictions on the interior?
No.
And the windows, how does that?
The windows would have, yes, would have restrictions, so replacing windows would probably not be authorized unless you can demonstrate that the conditions are so poor that they can't be restored.
Okay. I'm not sure.
I don't know if some of them might have already been.
The windows are in the report as a historic feature.
They're originals, the windows?
It doesn't say that they're original, it says it appears to be, that's what Harry's phrase, appears to be fitted with historic windows and one or more
Yeah.
historic doors, as well as historic wood soffits.
Is it possible to get someone to come and actually go through the house with me and say, this is an historical window, this one isn't, this is an historical door, this one?
It's anything that's visual on the outside currently, right?
What?
It's anything that's currently visual on the outside of the house, and it's this.
Yeah,
it's viewed from
the
all sides.
exterior is what we're looking at. We wouldn't look at the interior.
So it's strictly, I mean, you could see your house from almost every side depending
Yeah.
on where you are, so it's what you see, it would need to be restored in kind.
Well, there are windows, these are 1/1. Around back, well, at the very top in the front, you can see it's 6/6.
Yeah.
So I would guess that they were once 6/6. And somebody has replaced all of those.
We could look for older photos to see what we can find.
So we're gonna,
Yeah,
I'd like a clearer definition of what
okay.
what historical actually means.
Okay, so I'll make a note to provide this to you, what the consultants did.
Thank you.
So does it behoove us to approve this as presented tonight? Or to table until another time when you have a
Well, I
conversation?
think you can
educate
authorize
further.
I think you can form the authorization to replace the roof
Okay,
in kind with the shingle as proposed, to install the solar as proposed,
okay,
but not approve the removal of the chimney or chimneys or the replacement of, and to restore the box gutters.
Okay,
Right, because that's really what's been asked for. None of the
Got it.
windows haven't been, the porch hasn't been asked for in this application.
okay,
That would be
Right.
future. And we'll get him the consultant work, and then we'll also look and see if we can find funding.
okay. No, totally said this correctly. So first of all, do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Many, so
Do I hear a second?
yeah, more second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to authorize the roof replacement in kind with shingles, the installation of the solar panels with the superstructure as proposed, would need restoration of box gutters and not removing the chimneys as currently requested for 7 Burnett Street?
Janet Moore, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
May second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
All right.
And I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
Thank
Right. Back to you, sir.
All right, we are up to item number 9, I believe. 2426 Hunter Street and 3335 West Union. Hi. Everybody. Evening. You'd introduce yourselves and give us an overview of your project.
Certainly, thank you. Happy to do so. My name is Joseph Menudo. I'm the architect from Menudo Architecture for these projects. And with me, Jaffa Kaliakpo from my firm. And we have prepared for you this evening a package to review. We last met January 22. It's amazing how much time changes things. I believe we were Zoom at that point. Here we are all close together. So that's good news. The project's changed quite a bit. I think we would like to start with number 9, right, which is on your agenda for 24 to 25, 26 Hunter Street and 3335 West Union Street, which is to construct an off-street parking lot for use by the owner. This is in conjunction with the properties directly across the street. It's currently used as a parking lot, has been historically for the church that was there. What we have done was to remove some of the impervious areas by placing some green space in it. And what we've done is allocated enough parking for each of the tenants across the street. So for number 24, we're preparing for a 3-family. The application previously was for 4, so this is for 3. And then on lots 25 and 26, there will be a 3-family on each one. So when we look at all of the parking between here and there, we come up with 21 parking spaces, which per the code that we had reviewed was required. We are looking for an interpretation now to potentially remove 3 of those, which would be the 10% for guest spaces, and allow that to be on-street parking. So the planning board has the ability to do that, and that's going to be our next request. By doing so, I hope we're all following along, lots 10 and 9 would then remove 2 parking spaces. This, I'm just going to stand up if you don't mind. These 2 spaces here, they're being incorrectly shown. These are numbered as parking spaces, but this is not intended to be an impervious surface. This is going to be green space, and then this would be green space. It does a couple of things for us. It allows us to split these so we don't have a line curb cut here, and provide a green area here and green area here along with sidewalk. And I know this is what you reviewed. We just had a meeting the other day, and this is what has germinated from that. I do have that if you want to review it, but that's at your discretion.
Okay. There's a lot going on here. I think we can double back to that if we have questions.
Sounds great.
If you
Yeah.
can continue with your overview, that would be a big help, I think, in envisioning the full project.
Very well. One of the items we were asked to do was to keep in mind what the streetscape would be like, the human scale, right, the pedestrian view. And so what we've done here is created more of a park-like atmosphere for this space. We intend to replace the sidewalks that are here. Obviously, we can't drive over Bluestone because it's just not a good idea and it doesn't really work. So this would be basically a spec mix concrete per the city regulation for the color for Bluestone, right? And we would do that in both of these locations. There's currently, and you'll have to forgive some of the information that we had received, our surveyor originally had granite and concrete sidewalk, but it's, or not, excuse me, curbing. It's actually Bluestone curbing, okay? So that would remain where it is or would be replaced where needed for this particular project. So we had a series of trees and plantings. That's changed a little bit as well. We still have trees and plantings, but we've sort of changed them to, we're looking at river birch and crab trees, for this particular location.
Are they shifted closer to the street if I'm following you?
So what we have over here, there's a gigantic blue spruce, which is on the adjacent property. And so we are planning on placing a tree here, a tree here, a tree here, and a tree here, right? So that brings you into the space a little bit and also eliminates the potential of opening your car door into it, right? And also sort of designates where the end of your car should be. So in that case, we do have this meandering path coming through, and we also have some acorn lighting, lower scale in height, more of a pedestrian residential scale acorn light top. That would be shielded on the top. And we do have two lights that we had planned to, which are more of a modern LED in this area, just to illuminate the parking lot better.
Okay.
That's those two lots.
All right, and then move us along to include what's happening along Field Street.
Sure.
That would be 2527 of Field.
Okay, so we have to go to the new drawing. Forgive me, I'm not used to not controlling my presentation.
I think Ethan has you covered.
He's getting it.
It's funny when it's expensive and new or something.
So I don't know if you remember when they were here last, the design of the buildings was such, it was much more modern style
You know,
with
it's kind of
parking
set up.
beneath the building. Yeah, okay, there's no longer parking beneath the buildings. Okay, so that element's been removed. The design, the architecture of the building is been done so that it's more compatible. They've pulled from some of the surrounding structures to include different features and elements. So I'll let you kind of go through what your material choices, color choices, and type of architectural finishes are.
Very well. Okay, so we have 2 3-family residences, one on each lot. And so we pulled from some of the vernacular architecture within the area. We also didn't want to mimic identically old and historic. So we gave it a modern feel with more traditional materials. So the exteriors will be brick, and we've chosen a brick. Basically, it's going to be the type that they come in panels, and those will be placed onto the substructure. Obviously, we're going to have the top and bottom head sills to relate to its scale and its proportion. We have 1/1 windows on all of these. And for this piece of it, and is there the color or inspiration photos for this? That one, yeah, right. What sheet is that?
This file.
Thank you so much. So this is an existing residence in a basically row house type neighborhood. They had modernized this in some sense, and we're sort of keeping that same vernacular for this space. And so what you're seeing here as the fenestration, this is our version of what that would look like. And all of the windows would would keep that same dark style with an anodized aluminum or some other material that we're going to use for that. So this is the intent of where we're going with this. Some of this brick I just thought absolutely beautiful when I saw it. And I'm trying to find that specific brick. It's got a little bit of sheens to it, really beautifully done. And these are our two inspirations that generated this property. I hope you like it.
And the rooftops, you want to talk about the rooftops?
Sure.
They're going to be used for outdoor space for the tenants.
Correct. So on those rooftops, obviously, we're going to have, you'll have stairs that come up, which is what these elements are in space. The parapet will be raised and come down. That'll act as their natural barrier, guard, if you will. And then the rooftops will simply be an EPDM material with either a walkable surface on it. We're also contemplating putting maybe some turf grass down and things of that nature. The tenants would be split per unit with a gate between them so that they can have their own space, or they can open the gate and share that with their neighbors. The plantings that would go on top would be basically sort of potted plants, whatever is the preference of that particular tenant. Let's see here, the corbels, the pilasters. We just looked at, actually it was 280? 520 Broadway. If you take a look at that, what they did there was actually quite nice with brick material, the same sort of the dark frames that were done there. And for the cornice work, they did that as an piece, and they did that in a dark black with all of the corbels throughout that. I thought that was quite nice, so that's a little bit of an inspiration for us as well.
That's the building at the corner of Broadway and Thomas.
Just above before you go down to the underpass. Right. I think it's Finkelstein and Partners is still in there.
Okay. Right, it's a new use now. Oh, okay, no, it's the old Marconi's music.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's sort of the inspiration we saw there,
Yep.
and we're hoping to emulate that.
Okay.
So to that extent, we do have some canopies just overhang here with the main entrances, just provides some shelter and in the inclement weather. And that essentially is the architectural components that we're proposing. Let's see here. Do you want to go to the church, or do you want to stay on the
Let's
landscape
stay on
materials?
this and can we go to the other views just briefly? Let's talk about them real quickly. So recognizing that the new construction is actually two separate buildings, but they will have a shared party wall. So you'll have 3 units in each individual building. Okay, so that would be actually item number 10 and item number 11 are 2 separate applications, but we're looking at them together because they are.
They're a project.
They're viewed as, right.
And wait, there's more.
This is what just keeps unfolding.
Yeah. In your staff notes, Ethan, it has included like the mortars and some of the window specs. So you can take a look at those. This is the one on.
Right.
Oh, no, this is the front. On the back side. Yeah.
Okay, so we did a massing model of this. And this is just a site. I don't know if you.
So I wanted to just share this one that they provided, so that the commissions have an understanding that this is actually what the Beale Street side of the buildings. But in front of that, you're going to have the existing retaining wall that runs along, Beale Street right now. Stone retaining wall, that's obviously going to stay intact. And right now, a lot of this is really just scrub growth and overgrowth, which will be cleared away. They'll build a staircase going up from a Beale, so there will be a pedestrian access way. And a lot of like what you see would be tucked in the corner here, in this area here. This is actually gonna be like there's a natural stone that's gonna stay there. So this is just really kind of a cut in back of what is existing now. So it's not what you're gonna see, and we've asked them to provide, for the planning board purposes, more of a photoshopped look, so that we can really have more of an idea visually of what the
So these are
impact
like contour lines,
Essentially, yes.
yeah, rather than.
You're not seeing what's really there.
Currently, this is a lot of overgrowth. So, there's a lot of vines and a bunch of overgrowth. So that's been trimmed back recently by the owner. But ideally, what I would like to do is clear all that out. And the rock outcropping itself is quite beautiful. So we have our geotechnical engineer. We did have geotech done. We also had archaeological information done on the property. There is nothing more to be done archaeologically, but I do want to ensure from our geotechnical engineer that the rock is in good substantial shape to be able to do what we like to do with that and just keep it clean. What is missing from this particular image is that what you have here, we would have sort of a balcony protruding out here, which is the main entrance to this particular unit, and then another one down here. And so that's missing and protrudes out and sort of, it breaks down the scale of this foundation wall that's here. If that makes sense.
Okay, so it's, give me a sense of dimension if you can.
Roughly 5 feet out from the front of this face, you're going to have a cantilevered landing area. And that goes around the building this way, and this one goes around the building that way.
Okay. Wow, that's an interesting twist. All right, so, and then there are other, this is an entryway on, for how many units?
3 on each lot, so a total of 6.
Okay.
So 3, so we have a front entrance on West Union. Everybody would enter on West Union, the parking would also be there. They would then walk up and then come through the side. So you have a front entrance, you have a side entrance to the middle unit, and you have an end entrance here. And that will be exactly mirrored on the other side, just like.
So the units are 2 stories each.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. And, yeah, all right. It's a wild lot. I know you've done a lot to it, but I wasn't expecting cantilevers.
So, yeah, so it would be a 5 foot coming out this way. And, I've had to sort of massage in my mind what we should do with these stairs. There's an existing set of steps that come up, and it's about 6 steps, and it terminates.
Yeah.
So we did hear from planning board, I believe it was Robert, who stated that there used to be a set of stairs there. I don't have any documentation on that. We're hoping maybe we get some. I had 2 thoughts behind this, and my intent is to go with a solid form stair here, and the reason being is that it doesn't provide a cover, potentially shelter area. Things are going to congregate in there. You may have trash and things collecting. It just makes something. It's clean and it only serves as a stair. So that was my thinking behind having it solid, as opposed to potentially, steel being pinned into the rock and a couple of columns. So That's our intent for the design here. This doesn't exactly show it. We are going to Photoshop that in. What happens is this is actually a stone wall. Looks like it was made from the same stone that was on site. And it sort of corbels into the existing rock outcrop. So it's just this natural transition.
Yeah, that's what's there now.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, there's also some substantial trees here. So there's a large tree up here, there's a couple through that, and we're gonna have those mapped and located. I would like those to remain so that we can keep some of the existing mature growth. And it also helped to shield some of this. And there you go, perfect scenario here.
Yeah.
So obviously this would be all cleared out. And then there's some tall trees here and there's another couple over here. So that gets to stay there and sort of give us some shade and buffer.
One long staircase just going up.
And yeah, the stair starts right here, and this, we have to sort of, magnify that.
And for the one more leading nowhere, just for show.
So, those are the challenges. Yes, it's a tough site, but I think we've, over this time, we've gotten to
So
a
you
really
can
good
kind of see
location.
there the wall and then the transition behind some of the, into some of the scrub. So that's kind of what the street is going to look like with the building above it. So I wanted to make that point.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a tough thing to describe.
We have all this technology, and I can't give you virtual reality, and nor do we have a budget for any of these sci-fi imagery movies, but some of us have to we still have to use our imagination when we do work, right? So
Right.
I can only bring it to you to the best of my ability.
Hey, and the restrictions of this particular site are just not standard. And I'm sure you're making that point at the planning board.
So we're trying to make everybody happy and design a really good project that you're gonna love.
Let's just talk about the church.
Sure. So no changes to the exterior of the church. In fact, we are in the process of looking into some historic tax credits for the restoration of the exterior. So we'll be working with SHPO on that. That's the intent. But there's no changes to the exterior other than some repointing and putting it, keeping it the way it is.
And this is the former Christian Science.
Yeah.
Seventh-day Adventist, thank you. I get confused with Protestant.
So it was a synagogue back in the day. So it's changed over a few times, but this is the front. It's set up from the street about 8 or 9 feet, right?
But that's not the current front, right? So the current front has a large window on the second floor and then two sides. Right.
Page 16. Maybe the third page.
Right, this is the old application, right?
We have updated everything.
Right.
It's been a lot of moving parts, so please
Talked
forgive me for
about
that.
it
If you
the
go
other
to
day.
the third sheet, I believe it's on there.
Yeah. So there's the image. So none of the exterior elements will change. That'll be restored.
With the exception, there's some a brick appendage on the side, which is
Yes.
in really bad shape. It's not original to it. They put the kitchen in there. That's coming down. It's not, it's not original and it actually detracts.
One question that we did have was in regards to the retention potentially of the windows that are there.
Yes, they would be restored in kind.
They will, okay.
The intention is to have them restored if they can be restored.
Yeah, for the SHPO's sake, they're gonna.
Of course, SHPO's gonna tell us,
Abandoned.
been through it 100 times. So,
All right. So do you have a rendering of that first parking area? And I think I followed your changes, but a picture would be helpful.
Jack, is that something you can provide to Ethan?
Yeah.
Actually, do you have an email of it now?
No.
No, okay. So we can pull that up for you, because we're gonna have to put it on the computer.
Right? The last rendering that you did,
Yeah.
we should have that.
Will we have the dated?
Maybe it's.
since you and I-
No, no.
Yeah, we've been working furiously to get this together.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah, I mean, these are changes we just made on Tuesday, so,
Oh, my, okay.
yes. Okay.
So neat.
All right.
Whatever the pleasure of the committee. I can try to move this up and get you to take a look at it if you like, or.
If you can, it would be a kindness, just, I think I remember how you were entering over here and there were trees over there and then there was, but it's not clear to me what the flow is through the.
Yeah, and I don't know, have any of you had an opportunity to look at the Franklin Street project that the city just completed? It was the street reconstruction project that put in new sidewalks in the new roadway.
Yes.
And if you, as part of that, it's in the historic district, Fair Street Historic District, so bluestone was required for them to use as sidewalk materials. But in terms of the ADA applicability at the intersections, they used a concrete, they used a colored concrete, and they also had a form that they put down, a mat that kind of gave it a texture. And it's probably some of the nicest I've seen. I've seen it over the years, and this is probably the best.
So this isn't the bright orange thing at the corner?
No, I'm talking the actual site, no, those are just safety boxes on the pavement. But on the actual, if you go and you look at the intersections, you'll see they're not actually bluestone, but it really mimics bluestone quite well for, for a material.
Concrete, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
it's in
that.
front of actually the house on Wall Street, 97 Wall, which is a stone house.
Right.
They used it there as well. Take a look at it if you get a chance, but that's what we're trying, that's what we'll be down here.
If you ever get a chance to go down South Street Seaport, a lot of the historic areas, they have done this over the last 10 years with this, it's a spectrum, it's a thorough, the concrete's not, it's not a surface coating, it's actually through and through. And so that's what they've been using there for the historic neighborhood. That would be great to be able to show that, and the, so that's the cantilever we were talking about coming off the back.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see it okay from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Glasses are good.
And then, Jeff, if you could pull up the.
You want me to-
Unless you-
Okay,
No, it's perfectly fine, please. Be comfortable. So that's essentially what we're looking at, with regard to those, the entranceways there. The other item I'd like to show you is the updated, Jeff, can we pull up the updated, plan of that? Was that-
Your mouse back?
Pocket
Oh, you got it,
park,
okay.
yeah.
Which one are you looking at, Joe?
So the pocket park of the plan,
Oh,
the current plan, the
Oh,
current
okay.
plan that you put together,
okay.
where we split the parking areas.
Oh, yes. This one?
Is that wrong? Yes, there we go. So, is it, there we go.
Okay. Now I see what you mean with the trees in the straight line.
Right, so this line comes through and this becomes our axis. And then on the side of it, we get a green space, right? So we get to plant some trees, we get a green space that goes all the way through from one end to the other. And it really breaks this whole area up. So one of the regulations was no more than 3 parking spaces. We were able to tie this together to have 2 here and 1 here. So it really reduces that scale and the curb cut down.
And the curb cuts are on either side or just?
Curb cut here and curb cut here. So you kind of come down, you come back up, whatever the pleasure of planning or whomever would like to either show it this way, or we just have one continuous along, whatever is clever and safer.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That helped.
And if you have any questions, I'm very, or anything else you'd like to see, please let me know.
All right, coloring, you're looking for the yellow brick or the yellowish brick and the dark anodized windows on the entryway.
No, the brick in of itself is more of a brown color, a little bit of sheen to it. The existing building would remain the yellow brick that's there. Okay, so we're contrasting that with color. Jeff, can you bring up what that, you know what, that's actually not quite bad.
Not quite bad.
Let's, can you flip that around? So these are some of the samples that we have, but essentially what we're trying to do, and we gotta get late, there's I said not quite bad, we don't really have the coloring on this yet. But this is what we're looking at. So you got this contrast happening. You know this is the original, you know this is separate, just by its
And will there be a contrasting mortar, or is it looking to be a darker mortar?
I'm thinking the mortar's probably just gonna be a gray mortar. I'm not planning on doing a spec mix on that. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. This is not mortar. This is their panels, their brick panels.
Oh, okay.
That are fixed.
And so from what behind you, do you think is closest to what the panel that you're looking at is like?
You're probably, I'm looking for probably a crisper, this is the manufacturer, this is the actual panel, but I'm looking for a much crisper area here so that it's a more well-defined brick on the edge. So we have a nice strong joint. And that's essentially it. But these come in panels like so, and then you metal backing, you nail them right in.
Okay.
Yeah, and they just overlay onto each other.
All right.
So pretty cool technology, gives us the look that we are trying to find.
All right. Ooh, a lot happening.
I'm glad I have the energy this time of night.
Okay, so, and the cantilever is there a finish on that? I'm trying to imagine this, you're protruding from the above the rock.
No, please.
How is it, so there's going to be a facing a certain size, the base of the cantilever, so there's no support beam underneath because it's a cantilever. What do I see looking at the cantilever from Beale Street?
Sure. So, depending on the material that we choose, I'm thinking it's probably gonna end up being somewhere along the lines of, sorry, one of the composite materials. So maybe a composite brown, decking material.
Okay, trying to get something that feels close to the brick that you're using above it?
No, this would be more in wood. Okay, so that you have a wood frieze there across the front of it.
Okay.
Not a hardy board, but, oh my gosh, why
One
can't
of
I think
those
of the name?
pressed plastic?
The plastic decking we're using all over the place, the composite. Trex, thank you. Yeah. So it would be a Trex material that would be on the deck itself, as well as the fascia of that deck. So it's just gonna cantilever straight out.
Okay, so this is one of those cases where it's materials not native, but the building's not native, so.
It's just new construction.
So we've got, it's new construction attempting to not mimic what's there, but to build off what's there is what I'm hearing.
Using old materials in a new way or the appearance of them. And
Yeah,
What about the finish of the railing? Can you see the railing from all the way over there?
no.
It's all, it looks like horizontal. So is that a metal railing that's gonna be
It's intended to be-
finished, some powder coated or something like that?
It's
Okay,
intended to be black metal,
got it, okay.
powder coated aluminum or.
Kind of playing off the windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's playing off the windows and that look. And then also it ties into, 24, they have the vertical, that's black powder coated railing there as well. But that's in a vertical, this is more of a horizontal, so we're keeping a similar sense and tying it together.
And then the Pella windows, those were on the new construction.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine you have a little bit of difficulty with showing.
Yeah. They say all the church windows will be fully
Yeah,
restored.
I like about that, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Wow. Any other questions from the applicant for, I mean, any HAC, HLPC member? This is one where we kind of need to help each other out here because a lot's going on.
I'm following, you're going first, so I'm like, okay. You know, I don't want to generalize anything, but thank you for the elevations on the cantilever and the railing and things, because that would have been what I would have asked for.
Thanks for letting me show you.
I really, I'm a project manager by trade, so I need the visuals too, but I dig it. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say too, that I remember the last.
Yeah.
And
This is
I think
great,
that's
so nice, really, really nice, yeah.
Yeah, more, yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, much more in keeping with
Yeah,
what we
exactly.
would imagine
They
that
make me
they.
so happy. Thanks.
Yeah.
Really sleek too, really,
I'm sorry?
very sleek as well. I mean, it fits in the area so much better.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Glad you like it.
All right, I have a whole series of.
Because they are all separate properties, they
Yeah.
all have their own PNOA.
Right, so I'm gonna do these one by one.
Like one by one, you do it, we approve, you do it, we
Yeah,
approve, you
yes.
reapprove, okay,
Yes.
cool. Thank you for the bleacher seats back there for everyone that's been waiting all this time, you guys are fabulous, let's go.
All right, I move that the commission present find as fact that the.
Seeker.
And do I need to do a seeker separately on each?
These are unlisted actions.
Whoa, so you're going to have to submit a,
No, they did do their secret forms.
okay, I'm not seeing them. So they did a
We
short
do
form
have them.
application.
We have them online, so we can pull it up. But the first one, actually for the parking lot, would be unlisted. Or, no, I'm sorry, type
That would
two.
be type two.
That's type
I
two,
can
so you
imagine.
can do that one first.
All right. So I will entertain a motion to declare this type two action concerning 2426 Hunter Street and 3335 West Union Street. A type two action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Thank you, Andrea. Second coming from Robert. All right, any discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert? Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. One down. Now, I hereby move that our commission find as fact that the proposed construction of a parking lot in green space at 2426 Hunter Street and 3335 West Union Street in the Rondout Historic District by Union Church Hill LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedure stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. Proposed work is to take place on two presently vacant lots, one of which was previously owned by the Seventh-day Adventist Church of West Union Street, and which, according to a July 4th, 1975 building structure and inventory form produced by Friends of Historic Kingston, was once the site of a barn that appeared on the circa 1880 Burley map of Kingston. At the time the form was written, this was one of the last surviving barns in the district with an original carriage door. That the applicant shall continue to use the two lots for parking for the adjacent 24 West Union, 25-27 of Beale Street, and 38-40 West Union residential units under development by the same applicant. That the applicant shall landscape the green spaces with trees, that the applicant shall accommodate the 5-foot sidewalk requirements for the district, that the applicant shall incorporate a curb cut that includes.
No, that's got to be changed.
Okay,
So incorporate curb cuts that
provide access to each side.
provide separate access.
That provides separate access to each side. That the applicant shall install electric vehicle sharing stations within charging stations, I'm assuming that is. within the lots.
That's a change. The electrical charging stations are going to be not in the standalone lot. They're going to be outfitted for the opposite side of the street.
So this should be deleted?
Yes.
Thank you. I accept the amendment.
Okay, I think everybody's here. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission as updated this evening, and such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Robert. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote in the affirmative. Thank you. Over to
Do
you.
I hear a motion from a Heritage Area Commission member to declare this type 2 action under severe? Then so moved. Second by Kevin. That motion on the floor. Any questions, calling the roll. Nettie? Aye. Janet? Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
Now Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the construction of off-street parking lots to support the residential uses with green spaces as presented, to 24-26 Hunter Street and 33-35 West Union Street as presented? Janet Martz, do I hear a second?
Any second.
Second. That motion's on the floor. Any questions or comments? No, call the roll. Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Back to you.
All right. Now we're in unlisted territory, am I correct?
Yes.
All right. So do we need to review the form first?
I think you can recognize it. Staff has reviewed the form, short form, as an unlisted action, prepared a prepared part 2 responses, which are all negative, so there is no 3. So it's just accept, you can just make a
Okay.
motion to accept the short form. It's completed by staff.
All right. I'm going to move that we accept the short form as submitted and based on commentary from staff, I move that we declare this an unlisted action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Does anyone need an explanation of what that means?
Just if you, in your motion, you would recognize it as an unlisted action and then it's for a negative declaration of environmental significance.
Right, before I do that, I'm not sure we've done many unlisted actions. I'm not sure folks on the commission are familiar with that terminology. You've heard it, I'm pretty sure, Kevin. Anyone else?
I have not.
I have not.
But I'm assuming it has to do with new builds.
No, I mean, it's the State Environmental Quality Review Act, it's New York State legislation, it's the environmental review law for New York State, any project in New York State has to be evaluated. The law itself has certain actions that are predetermined to not have any environmental impact. Those are the type 2 category listings. There are type 1s that are also listed in the law, and those are more than likely going to have an environmental impact, and you have to do a more in-depth environmental review, more in-depth forms are taking place, and a lot more gets involved. Then there are actions that aren't in either list, so they're not actually put into the code, they're unlisted. So any action that is deemed unlisted is required to do a short form and go through this additional review process.
And staff has determined that there are no significant adverse environmental impacts. And that's what we will be agreeing to this evening. So it's a little different than what we normally do. And I wanted folks, there are folks who are new to the board who may not have had one of these come up yet. So I wanted to make sure everyone understood what we were doing.
Thank you.
Okay. And so my motion includes that we are making a negative declaration of environmental impact. All right, now I need a second. Thank you, Ed. All right, any further discussion on the seeker finding? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Thank you, Andrea. I'll take that as an aye. Robert? Kevin? I also vote aye. I now move that the commissioners present find as fact that the proposed construction of 3-unit residential structure at 2527 of Beale Street and the Rondout Historic District by Union Church Hill LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place in the vacant lot adjacent to the circa 1864 Seventh-day Adventist Church on a lot that's bordered by a Beale Street to the east, West Union Street to the west, and located midway between Post and Wards Streets. That the proposed structure shall be a 3-unit residential structure with street-facing facade composed of brick and steel matching the existing character of the neighborhood and the Rondout District's existing storefront designs. That the structure's windows shall be 1/1 black steel with clearly demarcated sills and lintels that correspond with the district's fenestration. That the structure shall have corbelled cornices, corner-based trim work that shall frame the structure's bays, and that the overall design shall favor bilateral symmetry. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. That the commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission and updated this evening, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin? I also vote in the affirmative. Over to you.
All right, hopefully I wrote this down right. Do I hear a motion to accept the short form as submitted and completed by staff, which declares as an unlisted action for negative declaration of environmental impact for 25-27 Beale Street?
Jennifer Arso.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
That motion on the floor. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm going to vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the site plan to construct a 3-family residential building on 25-27 of Beale Street as presented this evening?
Jennifer Arso.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Kevin. That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Go.
All right. Moving right along to 38-40 West Union Street. Again, an unlisted action. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Then I move that our commission declare this an unlisted action under seeker and based upon staff review, that we declare this to be a negative declaration of environmental significance under the State Environmental Quality Act. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nettie. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. And moving right along, I move that our commission find as fact that the proposed construction of a 3-unit residential structure at 38-40 West Union Street in the Rondout Historic District by Union Church Hill LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place at the second vacant lot to the south of the circa 1864 Seventh-day Adventist Church on a lot that is bordered by Beale Street to the east and West Union to the west and is located midway between Post and Worth Street. That the proposed structure shall be a 3-unit residential structure with a street-facing facade composed of brick and steel, which matches the existing character of the neighborhood and the Rondout District's existing storefront designs. That the structure's windows shall be 1/1 black steel, I think black metal, you didn't specify steel, am I correct?
Probably black anodized, or something of that nature. It's gonna be black in color, whether it's
Black
steel or
and
anodized or whatever material.
With clearly demarcated sills and lintels that correspond to the district's fenestration. That the structure shall have corbelled cornices, corner-based trimwork, and that shall frame the structure's bays, and that the overall design shall favor bilateral symmetry. That any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the additional work being carried out. That commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to our commission. Such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion on this one? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert? Aye. Thank you, Kevin. I also vote in the affirmative. Over to you, Bonnie.
All right, do I hear a motion to accept 38-40 West Union Street, the form as submitted and completed by staff, declaring an unlisted action for negative declaration of environmental impacts?
Janet Barnes, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Any second.
Motion's on the floor. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the site plan to construct a 3-family residential building on 38-40 West Union Street as presented this evening?
Janet Barnes, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Any second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Back to me.
All right. Coming into number 4, home plate. This is 24 West Union Street. First, another unlisted action, am I correct?
No, thank you.
Type 2, thank you. I will entertain a motion that we declare this a type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act.
So moved, Nettie.
Thank you, Nettie. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Robert. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. I hereby move that our commission find as fact that the proposed adaptive reuse of the Kingston Seventh-day Adventist Church into a 2 or 3 unit residential dwelling at 24 West Union Street in the Rondout Historic District by Union Church Hill LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place at the circa 1864 church, remodeled in 1940 to its current form, in which a July 13, 1973 building structure inventory form prepared by Friends of Historic Kingston records, quote, "The original frame church which comprises the rear of the present building, appears to be of the Greek Revival style. The church is approached by a double brick and bluestone stairway with wrought iron railings. The facade contains classical details. There's a broken pediment over the main doorway and Roman arch windows over the entrance. There is a round window in the pediment and 2 round windows on the second floor. All contain the Star of David. Windows contain diamond paned glass, and there is a single doorway at either end of the main floor. It appears that the building served as a church, then as a synagogue, and then again as a church. It's the former synagogue of the Agudas Achim congregation, which still exists on Lucas Avenue. That the applicant shall remodel the interior to accommodate 2 or 3 residential units, but that the remodeling shall not alter any exterior features which would compromise the structure's historic integrity, including but not limited to its fenestration, doorways, and wooden features. That any HVAC units installed shall be subject to further review upon submission of additional information regarding their size, make, model, and location.
Can I ask you to, at this point, insert authorization for the demolition as presented?
Okay, this is the brick kitchen
On the side
addition.
of the church, yes, please.
That the brick kitchen addition to the westerly side?
It's south.
Southerly?
South. It's called the red brick.
Red brick
Separate.
southerly, on the southerly side of the structure shall be removed. I accept the amendment. And any changes or additions to the plans that are specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Oh, that was a race. I think Robert won. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert, you need to watch out. Kevin? I also vote aye. Wow.
Yes, moving.
I thank you very much. I have to agree, this is much more in keeping with the district than your first proposal way back last January. So,
Hold on, we're not done.
I know you're not. This is my moment and you're not stealing it.
You have the floor, sir.
And so thank you for those efforts. I think that they have paid off. Now.
Respectfully, do I hear a motion from the Heritage Area Commission member to declare this a type 2 action under seeker? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion on the floor, any further discussion? No? Call the roll, Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the site plan to convert the existing church to a 3-family residence at 24 West Union Street as presented?
Janet Mark, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Have motions on the floor, any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, I'll call the roll, Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie? Aye. Bonnie, I vote aye.
Congratulations, Joe.
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you for keeping this fun. Both the chairs have been awesome and members, thank you.
We do what we can, you know?
At least, these meetings can go long and they can get dull, and thank you for keeping it light. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We do what we can.
Wonderful.
And if you want more, I suggest you come see me as the rabbi in Fiddler on the Roof, opening June 3rd across the river in.
Cool, really?
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah. I'm cast as the rabbi, so I will bless whatever needs blessing.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. You take care.
There's a dramatic.
Now you know where it comes from. All right. Whew. Here we go. We keep going.
Susan, thank you so much for all your help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is item number 13, a familiar building to me, 101 Broadway, the rear center. Anyone here on that?
I'm here in person.
Hi.
I'm looking entirely the wrong direction. Great to see you. So if you would give us a quick overview of the
Yeah.
plan
Just
and
for the record, introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Marissa Marvelli. I'm Historic Preservation Consultant here in Kingston. I'm here to present the application for the Rear Center as a volunteer. I'm on the Buildings and Grounds Committee for the Rear Center. And I think this is a pretty straightforward application for these commissions. It is a roof replacement and site drainage work. We were very fortunate to secure a $460,000 Environmental Protection Fund grant through the Heritage Area Program. And that the grant will go towards replacing the, I don't know if you want to move forward. We're talking just on 101 Beale and actually go back, sorry. The Rear Center occupies two buildings at the corner of Spring and Broadway. This is Broadway, 99 Broadway and 101 Broadway. All the work that we're talking about will happen in 101 Broadway. All right, now you can go to the next slide. So this photo is showing, we in 2013, not me, I wasn't there yet, but in 2013, site work was done to remediate really bad drainage. I think anybody who has property on this side of Broadway understands that there's constantly water running under the buildings. And so in the crawl space of 101, we did a lot of remediation to help direct water through, under, and out of the building. And it's a vast improvement, but we still have drainage issues along the north elevation at the base. And because of this drainage issue, the floor rafters are kind of rotted. So part of the work hopefully will be to excavate this, repair this wood rafter so that the first floor of the storefront is stabilized, and put the brick back and all masonry work throughout the entire project will be according to the National Park Service Technical Brief number 2 for masonry work. And all bluestone will be put back. So no changes in appearance. Saying this is photo just showing some of the drainage work that had happened here. These concrete footings were approved by the commissions back in 2013 with the idea that eventually in the future there would be an elevator shaft because our building right now is not handicap accessible. But that's not part of this work right now. Next slide. So this is showing the backside of the rear part of 99 Broadway. No work is proposed there. This retaining wall is another source of issues for drainage because it's not draining properly from the top, and so it's structurally compromised. We are still trying to figure out how we will approach remediation of it. All work concerning that site, that retaining wall will be repair only.
Marissa, is that retaining wall actually or is it the adjoining property or?
It's both.
Okay,
Our property line runs through the middle of the
okay.
wall. So we have to work out a plan with the engineer first, how we will fix that, and then approach the neighbor and come up with a work plan. I think the only thing of relevance for the commission is that there's going to, any agreement we reach will result in the retaining wall that looks like this today, just in a better condition. I mean, this is that retaining wall runs all the way through. So this is grainy photo shows that going at the back of 99. I'm not even going to go talk about this because it's all about handicap accessibility for making this door swing better, widening the entrance, but it's not actually widening the masonry opening. So it's not a change of appearance. So let's just keep going. Repair windows, restore windows, new custom wood storms with removable screens on the lower half. Our goal is to work with Emily Major of White Craig Hill Preservation to restore all the windows, and that's part of the grant funded work. Next slide. So this is the result of our roof. We've done patch repair over the last 2 years that's stopped the water infiltration through into the third floor. So what you're seeing here is damaged plaster on the ceiling of the third floor. So it's stable, but this roof has to be replaced immediately. It's a built-up roof. It slopes downward slightly, so you can see it if you walk up the hill in the spring. You can see the backside of the roof. So the proposed scope of work for the roof is to remove the existing built-up roofing, repair, replace roof rafters as needed, have them tied properly into the masonry parapet. The sections of the upper masonry parapets are deteriorated from, water not escaping the roof properly. So we would have to rebuild a certain section of that parapet so that we can have a structurally sound roof, and repair all cornices on all elevations, repaint, no changes to appearance. It's, any deteriorated wood elements would be replaced in kind, matching all the other features. I think that's about it, and the drainage from the roof, but that would add no new, it would not aesthetically affect the building.
So the drainage from the roof is going to be, is it going on the outside of the building, or is it going internal? Is there gonna be a?
It's tying into the existing, so here you see it, all the, right now, all the rainwater drains to
So
the
it's all
back.
gonna be pitched to the
Yes,
back? and
it's
then
pitched to the
collect-
back and
Okay.
comes down.
Okay,
There's no change to how it is, it's just gonna be improved.
yep.
Okay. I think that's it. I mean, I just want to stress that this wasn't an artifact for the institution for the Rare Center. We used it as a way of telling the story of Rondout. So we're not here. We literally don't want to change anything because we wanted to destabilize it and preserve it.
Okay. Questions?
So the front entry, or the one on Broadway,
Yeah, the Broadway entrance.
is that remaining the same?
Yes, that will be remaining the same.
Okay.
It's our architect is Marilyn Kaplan. She's preservation architect based in Albany, and she came up with a genius way of getting the door swing so we get right now it's 22 inches wide, so it's not wide enough for accessibility reasons. So we were able to squeeze that into this grant scope of work. I don't know if we'll actually get to it, but the important takeaway is that it will have no visual effect from the outside. The opening will not be changed. So if you drive by and see people taking the door apart, I'm just here to tell you to
Remain calm.
we care about it more than you do.
You may know that it was formerly owned by the Jewish Federation of Ulster County. We just recently transferred it. I handled that transaction on behalf of the Jewish Federation. And so this was a gift from the last remaining owner of the bakery to the Federation, and the Rare Center has done wonderful work in this building. It really has.
We got a lot more we want to do, but we got to do this roof first.
Yes.
It's very not sexy.
True. So congratulations on the grant on that level.
Yeah, thanks.
Any questions for the applicant from an HLPC member? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion that we declare this a type 2 action under seeker. So moved, Andrea. Do I hear a second? Second, Robert. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. All right. I hereby move that our commission find as fact that the proposed rehabilitation of the 1875 Italianate style structure at 99-101 Broadway in the Rondout Historic District by the Rear Center for Immigrant Culture and History is done according to plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place at the three-story Italianate, formerly mixed-use structure, which according to the print of Historic Kingston's July 15th, 1975 building structure inventory form, quote, is similar to 21-23 Broadway and dates to circa 1885. The structure does not appear on the 1870 Beers map of Rondout. The 2/2 windows remain, but the building has received major modern alterations and is a contributory building in the district, and that more recently served as a place of business for the Rear Bakery and also as the home of the Rear family. The applicant shall remove the existing roof, reinforce the structural members, install new decking, flashing, and a new roof. That the applicant shall repair and restore existing scuppers and downspouts to control the flow of water off the roof. That the applicant shall restore the existing chimneys and other masonry features in accordance with NPS reservation briefs 1 and 2. That the parapets along the roof shall be restored in kind. That all exterior woodwork shall be repaired or restored in kind. That all wooden windows and doors shall be restored in kind, working with Emily Major of White Lake Hill Preservation LLC. That pending the issuing of necessary permits by the Department of Public Works, the applicant shall remove the sidewalk for the creation of better site drainage and for the repointing of the masonry foundation, followed by the reinstallation of the bluestone sidewalk with replacement slabs as needed. That any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. And based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert? Kevin?
All right.
Aye from me, and it's a joy to see you. How are the twins? Yay. I can only believe that.
All right, thank you.
All right, good night.
One more.
Hang on.
I'll
HAC
make
needs
this quick.
to also,
Do I hear a motion from a Hereditary Commission member to declare this type 2 action under seeker?
Motion.
Do I hear a second? Second. A motion's on the floor. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
All right.
Janet? Aye. Nettie? Aye. I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the replacement and reinforcement of the existing roof, rebuilding masonry, parapets and chimneys, restoration of the wooden windows and doors in kind, and improved site drainage, repair lower masonry and waterproofing at 101 Broadway as presented?
Motion.
Do I hear a second? Second. That motion's on the floor. Any further comments? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie? Aye. Janet? Aye. Kevin? I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
yay!
Thank you.
Diana. 95 Holmes Street, please. Item number 14.
Thank you for your patience, everybody over there.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good evening. If you'd introduce yourself and give us a quick overview.
My name is Jose Ramirez. Purchased this house a few months ago. I changed the color to the house, not knowing there was a historic area. So here we are. Part of the scope of the intent is to possibly change these two windows, smaller windows. Bring the window to the right, to the left, and then install another one to the right here to match the one on the bottom left.
Okay, when you say bring the one on the left.
So yeah, we want to remove the one from the top right and bring it over to the.
Oh, so the 2 over 1
There's a swap.
window,
Yes,
you want to move to where the small
correct.
square window is.
Yes, so.
And then you want to take that same size 2 over 2 and put a 2 over 2 on the bottom here. Okay, I got you.
So we'll wind up with 3 larger windows
Yes.
and then a small
No, no, no.
window
And then
on the upper.
No. So I think what he's saying is that this window, an exact window to match this will be put here, okay? And then an exact window to match that will be put here.
Correct, just to be symmetrical.
Okay.
And the
Thank
reason
you.
being is that we're gonna have the kitchens be on the same stack over each other, so.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be looking at 4 windows all the same
Yes.
size, and then the little attic.
It will restore it the same with the apron being the same and then the cap. Same.
Okay.
Now, is that part of the, because this is a retaining structure?
Yes,
Is that part of it?
that was part of the plans. I submitted some floor plans and it shows it on a floor plan submitted to the building department.
No, we didn't.
I believe for the purpose of this review, we were not including the window alterations. It was just the painting structure.
Yeah,
Right, just the
okay. If you
painting.
could give us some specs on the windows you're planning to put in, then we can approve those with some detail. That'd be a big help.
Yeah, so my intention was to, not to hold the work inside and obtain a building permit. I was just gonna leave it as is, but if this is gonna be a short process, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to do the windows, you have to come back to the commission with the units that you're going to put in, that you're going to install, and
Okay.
actually just take like this elevation. And is this the only side that you're changing windows on? or
Yes. If you flip through the other pictures, I'll show you that there's and that's.
So another application will be filed, and that'll have to show what these other the window changes.
Got it.
So we'll just look at the paint tonight.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, but I did want to bring up something else on the porch side, so they kind of be.
Okay.
So that porch, the roof is actually falling apart and it's all rotted, so I'm gonna replace that. I don't know, I thought.
If you're replacing it in kind, similar materials,
Okay.
then you can do that without coming back to us.
Okay, that's fine. That's it.
All right. Okay, any other questions we can answer for you? All right, any questions of the applicant from an HLPC member? On the colors specifically? You're actually reminding me of St. Joseph's Church. I don't know if you're familiar with it uptown, across the street from Old Dutch. It's a pretty large Catholic church with a surprisingly similar.
Very similar colors, yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason I went with these colors is the houses are on the corner and next to it pretty much all blue. And this was blue, so I was trying to get it.
All right. Any questions? All right, then I will entertain a motion to declare this to be a type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So moved, Andrea. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nettie. Any questions on seeker? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert? Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye. All right. I hereby move that the commission find as fact that the proposed painting of the exterior of the dwelling at 95 Hone Street and the Rondout Historic District by Jose Ramirez, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedure stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place at the multi-unit 2.5-story 3-sided bay Gothic Revival building at the southwest corner of Hone and Pierpont Streets that according to the Friends of Historic Kingston's January 1977 building structure inventory form informs us that, quote, "It is the only Gothic revival house in this area, dating to circa 1890, and which does not appear on the 1880 Burley map of Kingston. The substantial house, which combines Gothic and Italianate features, is interesting because of the late date of its construction. It retains its detailing and has received no major modern alterations on the exterior. However, the interior was gutted by a fire, with the staircase being the only surviving original interior feature. That the applicant shall continue to paint the body structure of Benjamin Moore Mayan Gold 175 and Dorset Gold HC-8 with trim accents in Benjamin Moore Georgian Brick HC 50 and Turtle Green 2142-20. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding amended note, preceding findings of fact, I hereby move that on the first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in his application to the commission, such a notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Robert? Kevin? I also vote aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez.
Do I
Moving on.
hear a motion to declare this intent to action under seeker for 95 Home Street? Do I hear a second? Second. That motion's on the floor. Any questions, further conversations? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
And I'm Bonnie. I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the approval, retroactive approval for the repainting of the structure's exterior, at 95 Home Street as presented tonight? Do I hear a second?
Janet, second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
Bonnie, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, number 14 of Beale Street. I've got someone here on 14 of Beale.
Hello.
Well, that's a pleasant surprise.
Do you mind if we maybe take care of the public, that if you're gonna be here anyway? Then do you mind coming back around?
I need to stay here.
No.
I just.
We'll second call you. How's that?
I'm staying anyway.
Fair enough. We will move right along to 80 of Beale Street.
I'm also here for that one, so.
Okay, we're just gonna keep rolling.
Yes, I will.
Okay, 57 North Front Street. Yay!
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, trust us, we understand. Evening.
For Heritage?
Yeah.
I still have a decision on it.
Yeah, I thought that's what you just tossed me. Did you toss the,
What's the, no, landmarks.
you tossed landmarks? As soon as I was done, you went like that. I looked at it, I saw Mark's name. so I moved it along.
Okay, so Heritage did not.
We didn't do it.
So you have to go back and do
There was
95.
one that we just signed, however.
No, we did 95.
13, 14.
And you literally did, no, you did the paper and you went like this to me and I saw Mark's name, so I passed it, but I don't
That's,
see it here.
that's landmarks, not Heritage.
But as soon as I was done talking, you handed it toward me, but it wasn't my name, it was the first name on the piece of paper, so I don't know.
Yeah, this is.
We definitely did the whole thing.
All right, yeah. What's this?
Yeah, so you might have passed the wrong paper because you literally did that.
Right, Mark did his vote, but you did not do, did you?
We voted the whole, we just did the
Yeah,
whole
they
thing,
did.
yep.
Yeah. Okay, then what is this? This is, that one's the one. And this is.
Yeah, the timing of it was very like, okay, it's mine, great, we'll keep going, but what didn't have my name, it had
Okay,
Mark's.
do you remember who did the motions?
Yep, for, Janet was first, Kevin was second on the seeker. And then Nettie was first, and I don't remember who did the second.
Janet, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds right.
Okay. That's a very sad shot right now.
Smaller committees against the.
I'm sorry.
You've got a vermin.
Yeah, you passionately handed it over, and I was like, oh.
Okay. Dragging right now. Dinner. See, this is.
Uh-oh.
Excellent.
Okay, do I need to do DoorDash for you or something?
No. I have some granola bars.
Well, there you go. I want to eat.
It will be on.
Whatever keeps you upright.
No, I'm.
All right, thank you for your patience yet again. Please give us a quick overview of what you intend.
All right, I'm here tonight with the owner, Mr. DeSico.
I guess.
Okay, we had a couple months ago, there was a fire that damaged the front of the building. And at the lower level was a wine store, and the second level was a storage area for that wine store. And what we'd like to do is restore the front of the building and convert that storage area on the second floor into a single-family apartment. Okay? So the street level underneath the pipe plan will be restored as it was originally, with the exception that we'd like to add a door on the right side of the building in order to accommodate the second floor apartment. Okay, that's the only change on that floor. At the second level, we'd like to add some windows because the building only has the opportunity for windows on the front and the rear elevation. Is 22 feet wide by 73 feet long. And we need to have some windows in this in order to make it livable. Okay, so we plan on putting a bank of windows on the front at the second level, and then putting a cornice on the upper level, on the top of the exterior wall at the second level, to match some of the elements in the area. If you look down the street, most of the buildings do have a elaborate cornice, and we would like to more or less add that to this building to sort of top it all. Okay, the siding will be hardy board 6-inch exposure. I submitted colors that we would propose for this building, a lighter color for the body of the building, and then a darker color for the cornice.
One concern that we have, I mean, while the proposal is very attractive, adding the additional window to the middle between the two on the second floor and adding the upper, we went back in old photos to try and find something that would give some credence or some, support to doing this type of work, because it certainly is very appealing and attractive, but we can't find any historic reference to any of those treatments or those.
If you would like the 3 windows separate, that's doable also, to do 6/6 or whatever is preferred in this case. We just want to have enough light because this is our only opportunity to provide light into the space. We have a front window, yes. And we're going to remove the roof structure and put a new roof structure in. This
Any
building is
opportunity for
basically.
skylight?
We could, but it's very inefficient and it really doesn't,
I
egress.
was thinking of trying to get that, get the light.
It's a
different-
flat roof, we're gonna be
Yeah.
putting in a flat roof, so that's,
Yeah,
you know,
And
in
this
the
is-
winter time ain't gonna do much good anyways.
This is, as you can see, this building projects upwards, and this is really like a foamy western store.
yeah.
Yeah, it's an actual A-frame. I have pictures of it if you want to see. It's an actual
It's a reverse gable here.
Yeah. That's what's behind that, yeah.
So we're gonna put
Okay.
basically a pitch roof that's gonna pitch to the rear. Because right now he drains into the neighbor's sort of like walls,
Mhm.
okay, or the neighbor's roof.
I wonder if it was ever had a facade that had that A-frame
It's hard.
on the street.
Kingston is, to find these infill buildings, it's difficult to find old pictures of them.
Yeah, we got back to in the fifties, that's the furthest back we could find.
Did that have that flat front? Did it have this?
Yeah, it pretty much looked like that, maybe a little bit of
In
a,
69.
there was a little lip at the top maybe, but not as ornamental as what they're proposing, so that's change.
So you're totally against adding that window in the middle, the way it is, the way they proposed it?
Well, I mean, it's, you're in a historic district, so altering a facade, you have to look at the actual facade elements. The
Yeah.
windows are one of the more substantial features of building facades. I understand why they want to do it. This one is this individually listed? Do we know? We have the Chris document? Okay. I'm just curious if it's individually listed or if it's contributing. Well, I would imagine it's not individually listed. I don't see that there, but
Which helps or hinders
it would help if it's not individually
individual
listed.
listed. And you're saying if they added a third window, add it in kind for what's there and more spatially
Separated.
laid out versus doing
Yeah, I mean,
it in
I
clusters?
was a commission, yeah.
Beginning for separated, I'm fine with that. Get more light in there still, compromise.
How do you feel about that? If you, instead of keeping them together, is literally in kind, adding a third window centered in the middle?
It's fine.
Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. It's just thought that this might.
I don't, yeah, I mean, I don't,
I
mean.
I
don't
understand
think
your
that
thing, and I
it's
understand your
like-
comment, I don't know what's how,
I think if you're gonna
If
say
you look
it's
at-
okay to add the third window.
If you look
I
at
would
the
do it
restaurant
as
next
proposed,
door,
because I think it
with
makes
this
more sense
rhythm of windows,
visually,
got it.
looking at it,
I'm sorry, did you hear what you just said in response to me? I don't know if we talked over.
I'm sorry.
yeah, I said that if the commissions are okay with adding the window, then I think it makes more sense to do it the way you are proposing, rather than to add another third window in the center. I think that's kind of weird. That would be a lot more awkward to me.
Yeah.
The only thing that the proposal, it initially read kind of like a bay window from the street, or at least from the rendering, but it's absolutely flat. They're just.
All three, just milled together, three windows. And this is a little bit wider. Okay. So it just, I could do something like this building next door. It just seems a little bit boring to me.
And if you go like 3 doors down, the windows that are above, just past the Brickman, they are just like that.
Yeah,
It's one big, long, flat window. So it would be very similar to what's down, like 3 doors
on the
down.
same lot.
On that same block. It's not like on the other side. It's
Right.
the same. It's the one, the building that used to have the big circle, it has that big circle thing in the front.
I mean, I was thinking if you had some older pictures and it was the A-frame and this was just a fake faux facade put on at some point, I have less problem
Right.
altering the fake
Yeah.
front than I do the real front of the building.
It does appear to be listed also.
Huh?
It does appear to be listed also.
Individually?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's the description of the features that they are choosing? Because I would think the storefront would probably be the most attractive for us.
Although the upper floor has been covered with insulated brick siding, first floor retains storefronts which make day from the early 20th century, large plate glass windows, recessed doors. The second floor windows have 2/2 sash, which I don't believe is present on the structure now. Simple overhang at top of facade, upper portion of facade is almost like a false front. Circa 1880s, question mark.
1880s, not
Yeah, 1880s,
okay.
sorry.
Did you say that there was a brick backing to the front? Is that what it's?
It had like, in the older picture.
As like it was an asphalt brick looking,
Yeah, it's like a.
asphalt brick looking.
Right, it's a fake
face.
front, it's a fake
Yeah,
brick.
if you actually look at when the
Yes,
built,
it's
yeah,
there.
Okay.
It's like that sheeting. So that's where we found the cornice, like the extended cornice, that's where, the only thing we could find that.
And what era is this? I can't tell from the car.
I would say that's probably early 70s.
Yeah, that's.
Because my dad bought it
That was his first
the
one.
winter of 69, November of 69, so it has to be, because that's my dad's tailor shop at that point, so.
That vehicle is from the 1980s.
Yeah, that vehicle's from the 80s,
Yeah.
but I'd say, you know, I know that sign in when he bought it,
Okay.
because he did change that sign in mid-70s, I think it was in 74, when he moved up to, at the time it was called the Mammoth Mall, for those of you that are older.
I did remember that. I remember that.
July 1987.
Okay.
Okay. 87, so that picture is about 87.
So it sounds like we're stuck.
Well,
Go.
I don't know if the 6/1 is important or whether historically that ties into an earlier time that's relevant to this building. I'm not expert enough to pinpoint any of that. You guys are taking a step backward in time, it seems to me, with the 6/1 rather than the 2/2 we're seeing here. But this is probably a replacement window, right? Is my presumption?
Well, we're replacing a replacement, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then what's there is burned, so it's not like.
Well, what's there isn't even in the,
Yeah.
even 2/2 anymore, it's just
Yeah.
1/1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've been replaced, so that's kind of non-issue.
So the question is whether we feel adding the additional wider window is somehow,
Yeah, connecting the two with a center window and adding the cornice feature is going to impact it.
the cornice feature, I think, is a huge step in the right direction. The windows don't speak to me much one way or the other. 6/6, even 6/1 is like a step back in time. Would it be actual divided lights up on the 6 or?
They would be divided lines, yes. Yeah, I like the shadow lines.
Okay. Given what we know is down the block and the fact that the years have been expanded since that are appropriate for the uptown, for the Stockade district were expanded to deal with storefronts and more commercial kinds of structures. This isn't exactly that. I would tend toward the larger window in the middle, since it has an echo just down the block.
I agree, I think there's precedence for that, I'm fine with that too.
Is there any issue with adding the residential door downstairs?
Those sorts of changes have been made several times.
That's what I
in
thought,
Several
too.
different buildings up and down throughout the district. So it's in keeping with the uses that were important for the original storefront, and honestly,
I'm surprised there wasn't one there.
Second floor, front door.
Yeah,
There was, probably the fire wouldn't have been as bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because, so when I took over the building, it was a staircase up to that attic
Right.
space. There was a bathroom up there, and I actually closed it off and put a pull down hatch, because the wintertime, it was just so much draft coming in. So the firemen couldn't find the pull down hatch. That's what kept the fire going. So they were the ones that were, when they did the investigation, was like, is there any way you could put a front door so we know how to get up there? And that's when the whole thing started. Let me just add a second dwelling up there to make it work. Because the fireman was like, if that front door was there, nothing would have happened. It would have been very quick.
I got you.
Did they ever find, I'm sorry to hear about it. And that was awful. They ever find out what started?
Yeah, it was a cigarette between the two buildings. So if you look at the building next door, Snapper McGee's building is a brick building. And the way the mortar in between, that's where everybody puts their cigarettes. And the buildings on between us, there's actually 6 inches between us. So that ash landed on some dry material and caused the fire. He said if you put a cigarette on the table, it would never catch the table on fire. But whatever was there for kindling, as far as leaves, papers, that is caught between that 6 inches is where the fire started.
wow. All right, thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? All right. I will entertain a motion that we declare this a type 2 action under seeker. So moved. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Rob. Andrea.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's.
Hearing no further discussion, I will call the roll. Nettie.
Aye.
Andrea. Robert. Kevin.
Aye.
So vote in the affirmative. And I hereby move that the commission find this fact that the proposed restoration of the building at 57 North Front Street in the Stockade Historic District by Tana and Carmelo Vistico, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is required to restore an existing 2-story storefront building recently damaged by a fire. That restoration will include the addition of a second entryway to access the second floor apartments, enlargement of the second floor windows, addition of a cornice on the street front, alteration of the storefront doors and windows, and painting the facade in Sanskrit SW 1085 LRB 43% for the siding and vineyard green SW 2244 for the cornice. Any changes or additions to the plans and or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in his application of their application to the commission. Such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert, Kevin, and I also vote aye. All right, I I will do my best to pick up the pace.
No, I apologize. Sorry.
You're up, Bonnie.
Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under secret?
Motion.
Do I hear a second?
Any second.
Kevin, second by Nettie.
Really,
That
go
motion's on the
for it.
floor. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the installation of a second floor entryway, enlarging of the second floor windows, addition of cornice on the street front, altering the storefront doors and windows, and painting of the facade at 57 North Front Street as presented this evening? Motion by Kevin, second.
Any second.
Any second? That motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
You're
done?
That's it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your
And
patience.
thank you. All right. Next up, 317 Wall Street. Yay, patience being rewarded.
You go down? Yeah.
317 Wall Street. Are you on this one?
Oh, Bear Street. Oh, sorry.
Wall Street. We're on Wall Street. Nice try. All right.
So this is the old the Allen's building. Some of us remember that.
I do.
Okay. And we discovered we're doing, looking at the building and looking at possible uses for the building. And we discovered that in the front of the building here, there are two brick enclosures. And those were the retail windows for the Allen's. We'd like to bring those back again. Okay, take the brick off the front, everything's intact, the glass is still intact, everything is perfect. This storefront here runs right through, and, we would like to open it back up again. And that's the only change that we would like to do in this building.
Right, well, that seems simple and straightforward. Yay.
So the storefront glass does it go all the way down to the
Right to the-
sidewalk grade, or is there
There's a pedestal.
a pedestal? Okay,
Yes,
that's
yes.
good, okay.
And clear aluminum frame.
And that's all intact.
Everything's intact.
Wow.
That's great.
That is amazing.
All right, I will entertain a motion to declare this a type 2 action under secret. Thank you, Andrea. Second, Robert. Nettie, I am calling the roll. Andrea.
Aye.
Surprise.
Robert, aye. Kevin.
Aye.
I also vote aye. All right, I move that the commission find us fact that the proposed restoration of 2 storefront infilled windows at 317 Wall Street in the Stockade Historic District by 317 Wall Street LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the city of Kingston's administrative code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place in an existing 2-story storefront building constructed in 1973. That the work will include restoration of 2 storefront windows previously filled in with masonry. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by a commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the city of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work described here in its application of commission, such notice to be subject to conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Kevin, for the second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call the roll. Nettie, Andrea. Kevin, it is unanimous.
Do I hear a motion from a Heritage Joint Commission member to declare this a type 2 action under secret?
Any,
Do I hear a second?
Janet.
That motion on the floor. Call on the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet? Aye. Nettie? Aye. I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the restoration of the 2 storefront infilled windows at 317 Wall Street as presented this evening?
I'm getting wrong.
Do I hear a second? Second by Kevin. Nettie? Any further discussion? Calling the roll, Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
I'm
Bonnie, I vote aye. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
That was all right.
Are you 322 Wall Street as well?
Yes.
We've got all the next one.
328 Wall.
328.
But it's actually the back, it's 317 First Street.
Oh,
Got it, yep, I.
okay, go all the way through. Absolutely, I understand. Thank you. Please give us an overview.
You want to give them your name, please?
Hi, my name is Mawar Schiefer. Me and my business partner, 8 months ago, we took over the building at 328 Wall Street. So the back is 317 Fair Street. So we added a little coffee shop in the back and juices and smoothies. So we want to have an opening window in the, if you can see it, where is it? It's right here. Yeah, right here with the cursor. So we want to have a new window that you can serve from the window and add a little counter here and then have a canopy. You can see it's really not in a great shape, the back. We want to make it more live, more
The canopy
nicer.
is 22 foot long and will project onto the street 4 foot. And it's a canvas canopy. It will be a rigid frame, aluminum frame, will not be a retractable canopy. Okay.
All right, and black and white stripe is received.
That's what he, yes.
I would like that. It's okay.
So I believe this dresses up some of the, elements at the rear of the building that detract from that area. So if you pull up the existing condition here. You can see we have a piece of structural steel, some glass block, an air conditioning unit, trying to unify this with the canopy.
It will hide it, make
Yeah.
it nicer.
Give us some life.
We would like to paint it in white, if that's okay. I mean, the whole back unified.
You'd have to come back with
Oh,
the
the
actual
color.
color
Yeah.
and be precise for us on that.
Okay.
That's,
It would contrast with what's next to it, which may be may help it pop some more. But we would have to know exactly which colors you're using, and I see some cornice work at the top. If you're planning to change that, we'd need to know precisely what colors you're planning on using there.
Okay, so we have to do another meeting.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a shorter
Yeah.
one.
This is very atypical.
Yeah, we don't usually.
Can you just,
And when you come back, you generally get to be closer to the front on return. All right.
Can we talk about this project with the counter? I'm just a little, I'm not really crazy about having the sidewalk, the counter affixed to the building. And the only reason is that the canopy is one thing sticking out into the public right of way, but a countertop is kind of like a projection. So it becomes more of a impediment for walking and passing back when you're not in business. If you're in business, I get it, but when, you're not functioning, it's sticking out. And I'm not really.
How about if we do it folding, so you can, at
That,
times,
or,
it will
could
stand.
you get away, is the purpose of it, what's the purpose of it, just to put, hand orders
Yeah.
out? Or, could you put a table outside, if there's I thought maybe it was for condiments, or I don't know what you're gonna be serving,
You
but.
like napkins or something that.
Yeah,
people
like
can-
on a separate table that could be brought inside when you're not working. So if you're not,
Cause,
if
cause
your
if you
business
look,
is not-
sorry, no, if you look at the, what's the other restaurant next to us, bar? Stock. Okay,
Yeah.
they have a counter also, and it was grandfathered before. And it's a little bit sticking out, it's about 12 inches.
Yeah.
You can look at the picture, it's right there, so I thought that will,
yeah,
That-
that's
that
my
was-
only thought,
that's
it's
what
just,
gave
it
me a-
becomes, it just sticks out, and I think when you're not in business, it becomes just more of a hazard, walking hazard.
Well, what if the counter's on the inside? So it's flush on the outside, but your counter is in the building.
we don't have a lot of space there, it's really, really like tiny
Anyways,
space there.
Is this a separate business from the front?
No, it's the same.
So it's the same
It's under the
business?
umbrella of Magic Hill Market.
Okay,
So we have a furniture in the front,
Right.
retail, and then in the back, we have the coffee shop with the elevator.
Is there a picture, is that other picture have the stockade in it? Are you
Um,
referencing, or you don't have?
I actually have it, but I took a screenshot of it. Maybe you can-
No, I don't have it in this.
Okay, it's just curious.
Here it is. It's hard to see, but. So you wanna serve it, you wanna put it on something, then
Right.
rather than,
And that's not very drastic.
no.
So it's like an extended window, so less of a counter, more of a deeper
yeah,
window.
see, that I think though is more like, if you look though, that's more flush with the front of it's actually a windowsill, that's what they
If
say.
it was a windowsill versus a counter.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Nettie was getting at, doing something like that
That overhang
versus
is
having the
inside.
window back in rather than
Right.
right on flush with the building.
We have a 6-inch projection, just the width of the window itself,
So,
just a small projection. I mean, people getting their change out or,
Yeah, I mean, like, so if the window is not flush with the front of the building, like there, see how you have a windowsill on the outside?
yes.
That, I mean, I think.
it
that's
actually
what-
doesn't show it, it's now, they added actually a thing, it sticks out
Yeah.
completely, it's like, it's actually very deep, actually, it's not showing here, but they have, I don't know why it's not showing here,
You're
but
worried about.
they added
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
So I'm just thinking if, if something like that where the window's kind of, it's more recessed, like that is kind of recessed into the building, the window. And then you use that front sill area as your counter area.
Forgive me, why did we say no to a folding counter? Did we?
Pardon?
No, we didn't.
I mean,
I mean,
is that a
The only thing about a folding, is, are they gonna remember to
Yeah,
fold
I'm
it?
sure.
I'll definitely remember. I'll obey all the rules.
First person that walks into it.
We open from 8:30 till 3:30 or sometimes 4, but I'll definitely
Yeah.
make sure it's folded down.
Just on your checklist.
Checklist for every employee. And I'll make the edges rounded so it won't be sharp.
That is important.
That was
Yeah.
fair.
And painted bright.
And painted. Gonna be very light. They added a shelf, like
We can't,
that you cannot, oh, sorry.
yeah, we can't compare it.
Okay.
Well, they didn't ask us about it. I don't
Sorry,
remember anything about that. All right, building department. I think what we can clearly do is review the awning. I think we need to give a little more thought to exactly how you want to do this shelf and exactly what colors you're interested in painting.
We're asking for two things tonight, the awning and the window change, so they have.
Right, so it'll be a sliding window.
Yes,
We can add the folding shelf later if you want. Review.
Yeah, or if there's another, I don't know how the window is set in, it's kind of hard to tell.
It's flat on the, it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, the entryway is recessed in, so I'm just curious, thinking, just recess the window in, like the entryway is recessed in, and then having it just right there, like a little.
Do you understand what she means? So basically a deeper casing on your window, so that your window isn't flush, your window's now
Yeah,
back.
we'll take it a little bit
So the
inside.
window casing itself, the sill of the casing becomes your shelf.
So
It's
can
not
we do like-
protruding.
Like 4 inches inside and 4 inches out, so it would be
we
almost
can pick up about
4 inches.
Yes. So if we could
So
get
it's
4
not
inches
sticking out
out,
too much outside.
yeah.
Just for a change or a napkin or something to be,
Yeah.
for some, when you
Yeah, no, I
order
know what you
something,
mean.
you wanna
Yeah,
feel
Does that-
comfortable.
Bother you less?
that would bother me less.
Yeah, because no one will like bang into
It's
it.
not
I
protruding
totally
into the
agree.
sidewalk.
I totally agree.
There's only, if it's a minimal,
There are
Yeah,
accessibility
it's like a
requirements
ledge.
in relation to that. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I want to say a 4-inch projection is probably about max.
yeah.
But I don't remember what the height requirement of that is. I need to look back at accessibility. Okay.
All right, so we can approve the idea of a service window, but we'll be asking for detail that they come back to you on the setting within the wall. Is that sensible, or do we need a more full review of that? They're not changing the opening size.
No,
That's remaining entirely the same. It's just a question of where the depth of the window and its setting within the wall. That remains an open question in my mind. We have a question about, how much of the projection is actually permissible. We have a question of just what can be done in the space and what the final design would be. The idea of a service window, I think, is not objectionable, given it's not changing the opening at all.
no, it's
The
definitely not
fenestration
a
is the same,
historic
remains
window.
the same.
Does the opera building, there's like a small cafe or something in there, does that
Yes.
building have a counter protruding out of it?
No, he has a window and he puts out a table.
He puts a separate table out, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the space I'm talking about? If you go,
Oh, the lunchbox.
the lunch boxes, so if you keep walking down the street, go out your door, go that way, cross over, help me with street names,
John.
John Street.
No,
No.
Before John.
it's unfair, isn't it?
It's on Fair Street, but it's, what's the crossover where Diego's and everything is on the John?
Yeah.
It's
So crossover John Street, it's literally on the corner on the right-hand side. There's the menswear building, there's like a,
Cleo.
there's a rest.
Or in front of
It's getting
Cleo,
late.
maybe.
Yes, literally across the street from Cleo, thank you. There's a place
I
called
think
the
he also
Lunchbox.
has a shelf open.
That, so, yeah, so I was gonna say, I know that that's there, I know he has a window and he goes out.
Yeah, he has a shelf also, cause I think I bought from Super
Yeah, right
last
there.
year. Oh, yeah, you see, he has a shelf there.
But just barely, it's a little one. I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
There's a lot of stuff
It's a little cave, though.
Yeah.
She looks like she's smiling.
We know what that picture is taken.
Yeah, in the last couple of years.
So that's
Oh, right.
similarly what you're trying to
Yeah.
accomplish, correct?
Just to put like a few napkins and some,
Well, that's just like.
it's probably like 8 inches or 10 inches.
Presuming cookies are 4 inches wide.
Yeah.
You just want something to put something in. He has a menu there.
So do we want to approve the idea of the service window and leave the details to staff? I think that way,
That's fair.
I think that way you have a chance to come back with some more detail. I'm uncomfortable just saying, sure, any size you want.
No, of course.
All right.
Sorry.
So we can have the window and the canopy,
Canopy,
Yeah, see the one, yeah.
Yeah, that I think we can approve here tonight. All right.
Yeah,
Hi, I will entertain a motion that we declare as a type 2 action under seeker. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. I will, any discussion, hearing none, I'm calling the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Andrea? Robert? Kevin?
All right.
I also vote in the affirmative. I hereby move that the commission find as fact that the proposed installation of a canvas canopy over the entry door and street face at 328 Wall Street, also known as 317 Fair Street?
yeah, so it's on, the entrance is from 317 Fair Street.
In the Stockade Historic District by 328 Wall Street LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is to take place in an existing 3-story storefront building, which according to the building inventory form is thought to be constructed in or around the 1850s. The work will include the installation of a 20-foot by 4-foot canvas canopy over the existing entry door and street face, and will extend over a portion of the city right-of-way, requiring submission of insurance, naming the city as an additional insured.
No, it's.
In addition, we are approving the installation of a sliding service window in lieu of the solid glass window in the structure, with details concerning depth and precise placement to be approved by consultation with staff. Any changes or additions to the plans of work specifically described and outlined in the submission application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Phoenix's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission as amended by the presentation this evening, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie, Andrea, Robert, Kevin, I also vote aye. Halfway there, yours, Bonnie.
Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under seeker? Kevin, do I hear a second?
Janet, second.
Second, that motion's on the floor. No extra questions or concerns? I'll call the roll. Maddie?
Roll?
Aye. Aye. Kevin? Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the installation of the canopy over the entry door and street face on the 317 Fair Street side of 328 Wall Street, in addition to the modification of the window to a slider window as presented?
Janet Mark, so moved.
Do I hear a second? Second, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin? Bonnie, I vote aye. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And good night. And we're getting close. 322 Wall Street.
This is.
322 Wall Street. This is painting at, well, Getty Suragauskas is the owner, so we're at, also publishing. Is this yours as well?
No, it's not.
No, but we,
Oh, 77.
all right, 77 Main is number 21 and last on the agenda. Shall we move to table after she is done giving her?
This one, I think, well, this one, we're gonna table the Wall Street one, I think we're gonna be tabling a portion of it anyways, because we don't have the window assessments that we need.
Okay, then
So let's do them, they're here.
Hi,
Here we are.
Oh,
yes,
All right.
last but far from least.
This is probably a record.
Almost.
That's right.
Hi, thanks for your patience. For getting loopy with the.
Introduce yourselves and let us know what you're planning.
Hi, I'm Richard Countryman from Solar Generation, representing Amanda Laval at 77-79 Main Street.
Okay, so you're planning solar panels, presumably?
Correct. We're proposing a solar installation on 79 Main Street, which is a building that was constructed in 1962, and it's not part of the historical actual building here on the front, which is 77.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So this is a single-story ranch-style structure, gabled roof, set back from the road between two historic buildings, but it's built in 1962, much younger building, which is not historically significant to the best of my knowledge.
It's not listed. The house itself is listed. The ranch next to it.
Interesting, okay. Any questions from an HLPC member on this application?
Yeah, Amanda, will the solar carry over to the Ollendorf house?
Yes, so actually it's 1 meter for
Yeah.
both buildings, even though
Mhm.
they're physically separate and you can't, there's no interior access
Right.
from one building from the other, but it is one service.
Okay.
So it'll feed back and it'll supply both the house and the office. So it's kind of a nice way to do it so that it's not on the historic structure,
Right,
but it's
right.
benefiting the historic structure.
Yeah.
And I don't have a sense of how visible it is from the street.
Yeah, there are photos that were submitted along with documentation. I can pass around visible copies too.
I think probably have it. I'll give it a quick notion of.
So this is the historic structure. Another portion of the project is we need to update some historic electrical service issues that we have to make them non-historic. So if you were to go back, there will be a conduit. Currently, that electric service is not in conduit, and code is conduit, so we will be replacing that with code next to it. But again, painted to the structure. But that's the only thing that will be visible on the historic house. And then if you go.
So that line,
Right,
that's getting removed and a new one's going in adjacent to that. And can you kind of color treat that so that it
Yes,
kind of blends as best you
definitely. I
can
would
with the
like to
stone
paint
so it
it
doesn't stick out?
to the color. Somebody has painted this wire, this
Right,
fabric
yeah.
covered wire. But definitely wanna
Okay.
make it right.
All right.
And if you.
And is it on the front facing portion of the roof that?
It is, so
Yes.
that's the south facing roof is visible from the right of way. But it is kind of further back, from the road, and it's not the house roof.
All right, so I'm remembering this as the doctor's office.
Correct.
Okay.
Physical therapy.
Now,
Yeah,
Currently.
but historically,
yeah, this is when I first moved to Kingston, I worked in Wilkie and Brown across the street, so.
Yeah.
I thought that was just, okay. Confirmed. All right, interesting proposal, so it will be visible and it is in the district, but as I recall, solar is a separate style of application. It's obviously not original to the historic parts of both of these buildings. Interesting. Okay. Any further questions from an HLPC member? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to declare this a type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act.
So moved, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Betty.
Aye.
Andrea. Robert.
Aye.
Kevin.
Aye.
I also vote aye. And I move that our commission find as fact that the proposed installation of rooftop mounted solar panels at 77 Main Street in the Stockade Historic District, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place on the 1950s edition of a historic home dating to, I'm not sure, it's not telling me, but I am guessing that is dating to the 1700s. Believed to have been constructed a short time after the Revolution. Bingo. Okay. The home originally belonged to Jacob Elmendorf, with the addition constructed and used as a doctor's office since its ownership by A.W. Hazenbush, which is the name I remember. The work includes installation by Solar Generation of Kingston, New York, of 24 SILFAB 280-watt DC solar panels totaling 9.1 kilowatts mounted on the roof. Any changes or additions to the plan?
Can you add in before that sentence that they would treat the new electrical service conduit to match the historic building exterior color?
I accept the amendment. Don't ask me to repeat it. Any changes or additions to the plans and or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein and in its application to the commission. Such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Oh, Nettie wins. I decide, Karen, I decide. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie? Andrea? Robert?
Aye.
Kevin? Aye. I also vote in the affirmative. Tim, thank you for your patience
You're very welcome.
and good luck.
Do I hear a motion from a Heritage Area Commission member to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Nettie, so.
Do I hear a second?
Janet, second.
Motion on the floor, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the installation of rooftop mounted solar panels at 77 Main Street as presented tonight?
Jennifer, so moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
That's, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
Good.
Bonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
I just want to thank the commissioners and thank the staff, for, this is a marathon agenda, so I really appreciate you.
Thank you for your patience. We had exactly
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
We hope we kept you at least somewhat amused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will just get this thing done. I will do this as quickly as
She's
humanly
gonna move
possible.
over.
You're welcome to stay for this.
Just like not in.
Andrea, yay. We're gonna do 14 of Beale Street.
Yeah.
Yes and no and yes and no.
Oh, man. Okay, okay. I'll wait for y'all to catch up.
What number?
No.
Okay.
My coffee-covered coffee beans are wearing off.
It's been about an hour ago.
Oh, dear.
Wait, what number are we on?
We are at 15.
We have backtracked to 15,
Go back to the
14
gold, go back
of
to the
Beale
gold
Street.
house. That's on the bottom of that page.
Oh, the gold.
It's stunning. You got through that, right?
Oh. All right, so 14 Abeal, little red house, three tenancies, basement, first and second floor. There's a little residential building. Looking to, generally speaking, just restore everything. No major additions or anything on the exterior, a lot of replace in kind. So restoring all of the woodwork, replacing the asphalt shingle, the existing asphalt shingle roof to be a new asphalt shingle roof. The siding that's on the rear addition, that's an existing addition, by the way. It's a bump out, I should say, it's not an addition. The existing bump out that's on the back, that's a siding, I believe it's an aluminum siding. That will be a new wood clapboard siding. The door on that bump out will be replaced with something, with a new wood door, half glass. The doors on the front of the structure are existing and they will remain so, just be restored as they are. Same thing with the transom above, the side lights. The major new thing to this, however, are all of the windows are an aluminum existing window. They were not original to the structure. They were probably replaced sometime within the last 10 years as a guess. But they are certainly not original. We want to replace them with new wood double hungs in the 4-on-4 pattern, as you see. And colors, we have not picked colors yet, so we will come back to the commission for color choices. There's a window on the front and the rear of the structure, so on the west and east elevations, up in the gable, that sort of oval window. That, to the best of our knowledge, is an existing original window. We will retain that and keep that and restore that as it is. And all the rest of the beautiful details on it will remain as such. So again, just a lot of restoring as is.
The chimney as well, I feel like we've had a lot of chimney conversations. I see the arrow to it. Does that need love or?
It probably needs a bit of repointing. It will be decommissioned and capped. We will keep it because it's flush with the exterior of the building.
Got it.
So when you see that protrude through the roof, it's sort of noticeable.
Got it.
So yeah, we will retain it, we'll just cap it, decommission it. And I think that is as much detail as I can offer,
All right,
unless somebody has other questions.
not I. All right, any HLPC members with questions for Andrew? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to declare this type of action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So, thank you, Robert. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. I will call the roll on this. Nettie?
Aye.
Robert? Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
I also vote aye and note Andrea's recusal. All right, I move that the commission find as fact that the proposed rehabilitation at 14 Abeal Street, Miranda, Historic District by 14 Abeal Street LLC, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedure stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kingston's Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is to take place at the 3-bay brick construction 2-story structure located at the northeastern end of Beale Street, in which Friends of Historic Kingston building structure inventory form states, quote, "This Greek revival residence dates between 1825 and 1858. It appears on the 1858 French map of Ulster County. The exceptional structure retains almost all of its original elements and has received no major modern alterations. It's one of the best Greek revival residences in the district." Okay, the applicant shall be replacing the roof with asphalt shingling in similar tone and color.
We can come back for color on that.
Okay.
Any color details we'll return for.
Thank you. That the applicant shall repoint the masonry chimney in accordance with NPS standards and with the recommendations laid out in preservation brief. 2, that the applicant shall repaint the structure, but will be coming back to us for precise colors. That the applicant shall identify the age and document the existing condition of the windows. No.
They are an aluminum existing, we will replace them with new wood double hung.
Okay. So they will be replacing aluminum existing rectangular windows with double hung wood 4/4 windows. And will be repairing and
Repairing the gable and oval windows.
thank you.
Yes.
Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies based on the preceding findings of fact. I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant. The work to be as described herein and in its application to the commission, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the roll. Nettie?
Aye.
Robert? Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. And no more recusal.
I'm gonna give you a chance to ask your question.
Do
Do I hear? Do I hear? Oh, man, brain just shut off.
Seeker.
Thank you. Oh my God, what are the words I'm looking for? I'm literally
State
gone.
environmental quality.
Motion to declare this a type 2 action under secret. That went away and just came back. Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
That motion's on the floor. Any further questions? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the brush removal and new water drainage system, new asphalt roof and gutters, chimney and masonry wall and stair restoration, and in-kind wood repairs to porch fascia and guardrail for 14 Beale Street as presented this evening?
Motion.
Motion by Kevin, second. By Nettie, that motion's on the floor, any further discussion, hearing none, I'll call the roll, Nettie.
Aye.
Janet.
Aye.
Kevin.
Aye.
None, Bonnie, I vote aye.
And, all right, AU deals.
Hey, 80 of you.
So this is a different client, different owner. This structure is in a fair amount of disrepair. This is actually supposed to read as the east elevation, number 4 down on the bottom right here. It's had some pretty substantial structural repair done to it. The entire wall is currently open on that side. And there was, so that had emergency work done to it to make sure the building didn't fall apart. But the client is now happy to move forward with the fixing of that side of the elevation as well as the rest of the building. So the roof has a mishmash of different materials on it, bituminous roofing, asphalt shingle. There's, as recently we discovered, there's actually on this south elevation, there's some standing seam, which we did not originally see from the ground. And it's all currently wood siding and a lot of wood trim details pretty much everywhere. Which all of those are intended to be restored. Foundation as well, intended to be restored as per NPS guidelines.
So the roofing, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
The roofing, you said was a mishmash of materials. Is that all being replaced with one type of material or none of it's being replaced?
Asphalt will be replaced with asphalt.
Okay,
unless
so
it's-
everything is going to be replaced in kind.
For the most part, yes. With the exception of potentially the porch roof, the pitch on that is very shallow. So you're not really supposed to put asphalt back on a very shallow pitched roof. It's not good for, the intention for drainage for asphalt roof is to be more than 3 on 12. I think this is less than that, so we want to put EPD on there instead. Subject to change, we will certainly come back for that if it's determined that it needs to stay as asphalt. We're also working with Marissa Marvelli on this project. She's giving us a lot of guidance on what windows are intended to be replaced or not. Some of them are existing, some of them are not. We do not intend to have that discussed for this meeting. We'll come back with those details at another time. Rolling on all wood details will be retained and restored to the best of their ability or replaced in kind if they're completely rotted out, which mostly it's the porch, the front porch here on the top left that would need addressing. The modern porch on the back of the structure on the south elevation here, the bottom left, I think for the most part just needs painting, scraping, painting, etc. We're gonna keep that as it is. The doors, however, on the structure, the front door will be retained and restored. The 3 doors that are on the rear of the structure, the sliding glass doors will be replaced. The second floor will be replaced with a pair of French doors. The bottom left sliding door will be replaced with a single swing door and a side light. It'll look like a pair of French doors. And the half light door will be replaced, I believe I said it in kind, I can't remember what I put on the proposed, I apologize. Keep going, next one. There you go, oh, it is a full light door. The chimneys, same as previously discussed, we will repoint them, reflash them as required, put new caps on and decommission them. They do not serve a purpose. Oh God, what else? I think I mentioned foundation, that'll be restored as necessary, per NPS guidelines. And again, paint colors, we will return with paint colors on that as well.
Anything on fire escape? I'm just looking at the list here. Woodwork, chimney, stairs, fire escape, siding, install new door, brush removal, drainage, roof and gutter replacement.
Fire escape will remain, still required by code.
That's the other thing. We're going to planning board for this because we are increasing the number of units from 4 to 5 on the inside. We managed to sneak in a studio apartment on the second floor. Can't remember what else.
I think you hit everything on this list. I think that was the only thing that I didn't hear you say.
Yeah, the fire escape. So yes, that will certainly be retained, repaired as necessary, and repainted to maintain its life. Any questions?
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion that we declare this type 2 action under secret.
So moved.
Thank you, Nettie. Second, Robert. Hearing no further discussion, I am calling the roll. Nettie.
Aye.
Robert. Aye. Kevin. I vote aye. I move that the commission find as fact that the proposed exterior rehabilitation of 80 Abeille Street in the Rondout Historic District by Ryan Bradley, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures set forth in section 405-64 of the city code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. That the proposed work is to take place at the 4-bay, 2.5-story dwelling with a gable roof parallel to Abeille Street, situated on the south side of Abeille, one property from the corner with Worth Street, and which the Friends of Historic Kingston's November 5th, 1976 building structure inventory states, quote, "This substantial residence appears on the 1870 Beers map of Rondout. It replaced a smaller structure shown on the 1853 map that was built into the front corner of the lot. The building, which belongs to no particular style."
Sad.
It's rated on record,
Yeah, retains its 19th century features, but has received major modern alterations. It is a contributing building. That the applicant shall replace the existing roof in kind, except using PDM on the porch roof. That the applicant shall restore in kind the existing masonry chimneys in accordance with NPS standards and the recommendations in Preservation Brief 2. Sliding doors shall be replaced with French doors on the second floor and one door with side light below. The applicant shall repaint the structure but will return to us with precise colors. That the applicant shall return to the commission at a future date regarding restoration or replacement of existing windows. Any changes or additions to the plans or work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by our commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for building permit from the City of Kingston's Building Safety Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of fact, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action of the above referenced applicant with the work described herein and in its application to the commission, such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Robert wins. Vocalization. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the roll. Nettie. Robert. Aye. Kevin. I vote aye. Rolling to the end. You're on,
So
Bucky.
do I hear a motion to declare this as a action under secret?
So moved.
For your second? Second. Anyone have any other questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Nettie? Aye. Janet? Aye. Kevin?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the restoration of the structures, woodwork, chimneys, stairs, fire escape siding, install new doors, brush removal and drainage, roof and gutter replacement in kind for number 80 Abeille Street as presented tonight?
Janet Marson.
Do I hear a second?
Nettie, on a second.
Motion on the floor. Any other questions, comments, concerns? No one. Look at Kevin. All the roll. Janet, I'm done. Janet.
No, yes.
Oh, God, please say yes. Betty. Bonnie, I vote aye. Yay, thank you.
Boom. All right, I will entertain a motion.
Now we have to go back.
Number 20.
What? Let's go back. There's another one. I was gonna say that we're not done yet.
No, this is, we have to move to tables.
Well,
That's
not
good.
necessarily tabling the whole thing.
When they replace them.
We're going to-
This was a twofold.
322 Wall Street.
We don't know what the windows are.
Honestly, if we're just gonna table it for part of it, why don't we just table the whole thing until we talk to the person in the
We want to see
person?
the windows.
Yeah.
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 Well, the painting, I think,
Oh, that's right. They're doing this 4-stage paint. No, this is a different.
painting and windows, but I,
But we don't see the colors.
Needs to be addressed because of the grant.
yeah. So this property owner has applied for one of the city's facade grants for Uptown Kingston. And in the facade grant, work, it's going to be painting the building. But since they were coming here, they threw the windows in, but in our review, obviously, the window assessment needs to be done. Very similar to every other project that we ask. We'd rather not see these windows replaced. We'd rather see them restored. So we need some kind of report. They certainly look restorable.
Yeah.
And if the issue is storm, they can do something on the interior.
But there's no note about any painting, colors or anything in here.
Any samples they send you?
We did have it, I saw. No? Yeah, did they not put it in?
It just says painting includes cornice brick window casings, lintels.
Yeah, where they're painting, not what they're painting it with.
Yeah.
What's in the application packet?
Here we are. Yeah, they're talking about restringing the windows and reglazing, all of which sounds lovely.
The bricks will be
Brick's main color?
Main color.
black.
This is not black.
I'm going to move that we table the entire application till.
Well, the thing is that this is a grant application, and so for the painting portion, that the grant is helping to cover the cost of the painting. So that's the trim right there,
And the other was the white.
and the white was the brick, the main brick, the first
Basic.
color, where did that go?
Scoot up.
You just had it up.
Screen before.
You have Ace color sample and then Benjamin logo.
So brick that's the main
That's
color.
birch, what does that say? Birch peck?
Brick.
Birch.
Birch
Park. D 22-1.
Park.
Park, yeah.
I'm saying if I have.
Benjamin Moore, who is this?
I believe this is.
This is definitely not Ben Moore.
No, it's not a.
Oh, these aren't.
Number Ace, wasn't
It does say Ace on it. Yeah, if you could.
What was the number again?
It is.
D22.
D22-1. My battery's running low, hurry up, people.
Working on it.
It has a name.
Yeah, it just says
Birch
Ace.
Park.
Birch Park, my perfect color.
So it appears to be Ace.
Yeah, just Ace D22-1, Birch Park.
Okay, we can get the manufacturer.
But the trim looks like a Benjamin Moore, because you got that up on the
And the
top.
trim is.
Yes, HC.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, that's
HC
it.
165. Gris de Buspe.
Glee.
Gris de Buspe.
I get it.
May we keep this up, I'll sing the Marseillaise.
My battery's running low, guys.
You have to make a motion before her battery dies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that, there's.
I move that we declare this a type 2 action under seeker, no matter what it
They
is.
have died.
Died.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know if it's still running or just died.
Well, I move that we ignore that and vote anyhow.
That her battery computer died. Well, we have record on that.
Well, are we tabling because we wanted to verify
Not-
the colors?
No,
No.
we did,
Okay,
that's very, yeah, that's very.
Yeah, okay, look, just so quick and then we'll, it might still be recording, just my screen might have just blacked
Okay.
because it's running out of juice.
Okay.
So,
All right, will entertain a motion to declare this type of action under seeker.
So,
Thank you, Nettie. Second.
Sure.
Thank you, Robert. Hearing no discussion, I will call the roll. Nettie, Andrea, Robert, Kevin. I also vote in the affirmative. I move that the commission finds the fact that the proposed window replacement and exterior painting at 322 Wall Street in the Stockade Historic District. Are we not doing window
no,
replacement?
we're not doing windows.
That the proposed exterior painting at 322 Wall Street in the Stockade Historic District by Getty Svakauskas, if done according to the plans reviewed at this meeting and according to the procedures stipulated in section 405-64 of the City of Kings Administrative Code, is compatible with the historic character of the district for the following reasons. The proposed work is to take place in an existing 3-story storefront building constructed in the mid-1800s. That the project includes restoration and painting of the facade in using D22-1 birch bark as the main color with trim and HC 165 gris de bouteille. Any changes or additions to the
Can
plans?
you just add in that because we took the windows out, that you request that they submit a conditions assessment on the windows to document replacement or preferred restoration.
Amendment approved, I accept it. Please don't ask me to repeat it. Any changes or additions to the plans and work specifically described and outlined in the submitted application will be subject to further review by the commission prior to the work being carried out. The commission's approval does not obviate the need for a building permit from the city of Kingston's Willing Division or any other required approvals from relevant coordinating agencies. Based on the preceding findings of HAC, I move that on this first day of June 2023, our commission grant a preservation notice of action to the above referenced applicant for the work as described herein in its application to the commission. Such notice to be subject to the conditions contained in the foregoing motion. Do I hear a second? Sir. Thank you, Kevin. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the roll. Nettie, Andrea, Robert, Kevin. I also vote yes. Thank you, Getty. You're up, Bonnie.
Do I hear a motion to declare this a type 2 action under seeker?
Seeker.
Do I hear a second?
second,
Motion's on the floor. Any questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet? Aye. Nettie?
Aye.
Bonnie, I vote aye. Do I hear a motion to approve the tabling of the window replacement, but the moving forward of the exterior painting as noted tonight on 322 Wall Street?
Janet Marshall moves.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Kevin. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Kevin?
Aye.
Janet?
Aye.
Nettie?
Aye.
I'm Bonnie, I vote aye.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye. By acclamation, we stand adjourned.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Do I hear a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Wow.
Wow, since I've been on, that's the longest meeting we've ever had.
Ever.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever in the history.
And it could have been longer, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.